Hello, viewers and listeners. Jordan here, and welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play, show, and podcast produced by Lionhead Gaming. This production is my interpretation of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic adventure book for D&D 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. It blends classic fantasy with Greek mythology to create an adventure of epic scope, storytelling, and heroes, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. So with that, I want to let the cast introduce themselves and their characters.
Hey everybody, this is John, he/him, and I play Mercury, the Siren demigod sorcerer. And well, Mercury's from a very unique place, a place that nobody can seem to recall, a place where he was once a prince, and he's traveled around this world trying to figure out what happened to his home island. He met some crazy adventurers along the way. He seems to always like to bring joy and happiness to everyone around him.
Hello, I'm Brendan, he, him, and I play Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hey, I'm Kishi. I play Bartholomeos, the Minotaur Herculean Barbarian. May the Ancient Ones watch over you.
I'm Nick, he, him, and I play Theamos, the human dragon lord paladin. Okay, Sophia. What's irritating doesn't go away and makes you miserable? A lich. Get it? Because it's a play on it's your no fun. Mercury would have laughed at that joke.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Imperia, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. There's just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric. I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Atreus, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
And with that, it is now time for us to begin with a recap from the one and only John.
In somewhat of a skeezy looking tavern, as two young children come running up, realizing, oh, it's one of the chosen. It's the fabled Mercury. Mercury! Tell us a story! Tell us a story! Well, I don't really feel like telling a story. Tell us about one of your great adventures! Yeah! Tell us about a great adventure! Fine. Well, yeah, this one time we were in Astoria, right? And so we had to decide what we're gonna do next. Super great adventure of we went shopping. People bought some things, especially Sophia. She bought a bunch of potions and talked to her friend Davos. Nyx and Theamos went off and talked to some guard from Mitros, tell him to wait up and not go back there so quick. And apparently there was some spying going on or something, and we are gonna have dinner with Pythor and Kira, and yeah, Inferia was doing her own thing off there, and Bartholomeus and Atreus and me were hanging out in the inn. And then some lady came over. I guess she's all excited because of some stuff I did. I told her to get lost, pretty much. I mean, it don't make no damn sense. And well, we had dinner. We decided that we needed to go down there to Mitros. Apparently, Sidon's son maybe was doing some kind of fuckery. Oh, yep, it's our language. And yeah, Talius and all that, and so we decided to go down there, and we chatted some more, learning about each other. And I don't. What else you want to know? I mean, Damn kids always ask me to tell stories. Yeah, and so then we decided we were going to leave. We are going to go down to Mitros. There's your story. You happy? He always seemed so much happier when he had wings.
Very interesting. Indeed. A somber and sad sort of reflection on the past. Nicely done, John. Different take. I like it. So, for that, though, your mythic inspiration will still reset, but set back to 1 in recognition of your recap. Very nicely done. Go ahead and get yourself a point, trading point as well. It was an interesting sort of avant-garde risk there. I like it.
I mean, that's what I do. All my are at some point in the future. So it's a timey-wimey shit. Buckle up for that.
Fun. Very fun. Let us see. And indeed. Hi, Brendan. As indeed we join our Oracles Chosen now on the evening of the 4th of Pythion, about 6:45 p.m. or so, heading out of... Were you guys heading out in the afternoon? Or did you guys head out in the morning?
Morning, I think.
We were heading out. It was all up to Sophia because she needed it for the time.
Yeah. It was morning because we were going to arrive at the clearing before the end of the day.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so was it so it was actually the 5th of Pythion then?
I think it was the 3rd. The last date I have noted is the 3rd of Pythion. And then Nick's giving everybody the travel plans and then us leaving Astoria.
Yeah, potions were ready on the 3rd, so woke up, went to Davos, picked up the potions, and head out.
Okay. Time must have kept moving while I was doing prep stuff. Neato bandito, no problemo. Can edit that real quick. Boom. Bang. So you guys would have gotten up relatively early, I assume, to get the potions to hit the road, probably about 8 a.m., let's say.
Sure.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, and you could, and that's right, Inferior, you saw off in the distance some separate sort of storm systems breaking off from whatever ominous core storm seems to be brewing and causing problems down in Mitros, now heading up this valley towards the sort of breadbasket of Thylea, the Astorian farmlands to the south along the Archelon River. Even going so far as to notify the party and then also notify Honora and the leadership so that they could take preventative measures, make sure people are aware, all that good stuff. Nicely done, that's right. And so from there, traveling down south, bring over to the map.
We are sticking with the same foil rules, right? Did I dream that?
Yes. I believe I said they may get patched later.
Okay. And I made 4 oils in that time out of the...
Yeah, sticking with the current rule set. I am, however, adding the new potions as a preview into the future, I suppose, when I put out an actual update, probably after the 25th episode, because we're going to be doing a big bunch of changes. Not changes, but, stuff putting out.
Oh, yes, TPK! Big changes, whole new party, buckle up!
You'll never see it coming.
I mean, I expect a TPK every episode, so I will always see it coming.
I found this group of dead adventurers. Hey, you're the chosen one.
It's just a pile of dead chosen ones. Heading due south, following Nyx's navigation, not something that is at all troublesome for you, Nyx. You know this path basically, you could walk this path blindfolded. It is basically the route you almost always took to get between the two cities in your centuries of life. Even though there are technically faster ways, it just gave you a great sense of comfort and privacy, not often traveled due to a variety of reasons. Though there are a few notable intersections along this path that are frequently traveled, especially the sort of Y branch between the western mountainscape and the eastern valley, taking you down to the old woods. There are many monsters isn't the right word, just strange sort of things that can end up going between that path, trying to get to the old woods or out of them. But you have good faith in your ability to be aware of such dangers and make sure that your group is as well. As a few hours pass on the road, and you find the mountain travel at this location on this side to be relatively easy, mostly just hills and grasslands. You don't really see any other travelers going this way. Looking due east and to your left, you can see just off in the distance the farmlands of Astoria beginning, starting with the more small sort of suburban, like kind of living areas of small little villages and hamlets congregated together, and seeing even a few of the larger and more expansive vineyards and the like even further off in the distance, thanks to the slight increase in height. Traveling on for quite some time is mostly uneventful. You can hear the odd, thunder crash off in the distance. Nothing too, close by besides what seems to be now, as time passes, passing over the farmland at about noon, going on 1 o'clock. You can see lightning course down from a simple thunderhead down onto the ground. And it is almost startling if you didn't smell and see the rain on the air, but it can't help but sort of try to send a chill down your spine, knowing that you're heading south to confront whatever it is at least Sidon's child has gotten up to. It almost feels like you're just on the way to a fight, one that you know is coming, and I have to wonder, how do you feel about it, knowing this foreboding in your stomach, in your mind, in your heart, wherever it is you feel or trust your true most instincts? You know you're going to end up confronting Sidon in some way, shape, or form, not too dissimilar to saving Honora. But you've bested him once already. How do you feel?
I can only hope facing off against one of his sons is not exponentially more difficult than when we fought the basilisks. Mitros holds a special place in my heart and my history. It's essentially where I got started in the mainland of Thylea. Knowing that there are storms that threaten to drown it, flood it, and sink it is concerning. And I had hoped that was the only place my mind would wander in concern, but as I approach the mountains, I worry more and more what I might uncover as we cross through, and as familiar as the traveling feels now, I wonder if it will remain that way when we go through the passages that I am very familiar with, or if they've also changed over the years, and how much.
Well said. Go ahead and get yourself a training point next.
How's the wildlife as we approach the mountains? Does it seem more quiet than usual?
Definitely an absence of avian wildlife, birds and the like avoiding the skies, seeing a few of them flying in groups due west away from the the storms like moving over the valley. You don't really notice any other fauna. No bounding deer. No sounds of warthogs moving around in their little packs. It seems relatively quiet. You notice insects and the like, bugs and things like that, still sort of buzzing and doing whatever it is they do, but nothing large. Everything seems to be sort of avoiding you.
Interesting.
It might be difficult to go find an offering as I had hoped, but perhaps it's a little tamer near the Forest of Hands.
Perhaps. We might have to settle for a brace of hares or something.
That's perfectly fine, as long as it's properly hunted. That's all she cares about.
Very well.
What about the rest of
Does
you?
Kira still have that look of foreboding on her face? I recognized it as we were leaving Astoria, and I'm not sure if it's still there.
She seems to more so have one of neutrality and purpose. She almost seems like, oddly enough, like she's gearing up for something herself. Her face seems concentrated, like she's focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. It's something that you would reckon as both the goddess of music and, it seems, messengers. It would be quite easy for her. He is notably quick-footed, yet each step seems to land with purpose. Is how do the rest of you all feel about what's going on in Mitros?
My mind is just on the next task ahead. Sophia has her journal out and her cartography tools as she is getting ready to plot the course when we hit the mountainside to keep a record of this sort of hidden little passage that Nyx is going to be leading us through.
Yeah. Simple overhill travel just directly due south of Astoria. Pretty well-known way to cross and start heading through this gap over west. But yeah, this sort of path through the actual mountain chain down to Mitros, definitely less used. Would certainly be quite useful to have.
Now, Thamos is pretty excited to fighting somewhat similar to himself, a child of some sort of divine being. He's not too worried about Mitros. He's pretty sure they can survive this for a pretty long time. He's sort of not really a soldier there, but like trained by soldiers. He knows that they're pretty tough. They'll be able to deal with it. He's just excited for more fighting.
Yeah, definitely your experience and your intimate knowledge of my Trojan military history, not extensive, but just in your experience and discussions from career hoplites and Mitros' ability to withstand sieges from Aresia and the like have been quite formidable in the past. So yeah, it makes sense for you not to be too worried, though things could be different. What about you, Atreus?
Peter.
Push to talk?
Or perhaps Bartholomeos?
He's in a very somber, like, stroll just alongside the rest of his companions. Are we on foot or are we on our mounts?
On horse.
Counts
Yeah.
for right now, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. As we're moving along, and he's just contemplating how the citizens at Mantros might be doing, and he's he looks around at his group members and he realizes, there's the chances that when we go there, we're probably going to, encounter something terrible, but he doesn't have to worry about them in particular uh, being at risk. However, he concerns himself. He's concerned with innocence being caught up in the whatever goes down. Like you said, he's got a feeling in his gut that there's going to be a big fight.
All right. Mercury.
Mercury's excited. He's got a jump in his step. He is looking forward to kicking some side and follower ass. But you do kind of notice, he's probably kind of finicking around, kind of got something in his hand as people are starting to walk. You just kind of hear this.
Uh-oh. You did this, Jordan.
my god!
You did this.
You're never allowed to quit now. I just want you to know you are legally obligated to continue to play. And I don't care.
Go on.
Please tell me you bought that for this.
Yep.
Oh my fucking god.
Broke him.
Oh, I love it.
Monica Solo episode 1?
Yes.
We already got you singing on stream. Now we need title.
I can't. I fucking can't. Oh my goodness. Inferior.
Imperia is having trouble right now. Imperia is.
We broke Imperia. You're muted.
I'm muted.
No,
No,
just
you're
come up
not.
with me.
Oh.
She's coming.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
They're
Oh,
coming through.
oh, somehow she's muted on mine. Okay.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I was like,
There we go.
words. Round 2, Gramps. Here we come. It's just kind of this resignation and that feeling of like anticipation when you don't really know, and if you haven't really made peace with the fact that an event is real yet because it hasn't happened yet, but with more negative connotations than positive connotations in this case. Just kind of the knot in the chest feeling, the building anticipation, trying to distract herself by observing the surroundings and keeping track of the route and sending Ibis out to scout and just travel things, trying not to think about it, but very just kind of realizing again how upset she is that she's finally discovered she has a family and her family is mostly trying to murder the planet.
Very nicely said. Very nicely said.
Upset about daddy issues is what I'm writing my notes.
And Peter, have you returned to us from beyond the grave?
Still dead.
Oh no, precious Peter.
Brit. Kitty.
Bestest kitty can.
Pet cam.
Look at him, he's out. He's so.
Yeah.
I know he's sleeping.
All right. Well, for the rest of you, go ahead, get yourself a trading point. Each and every one of you, very nicely put. And Mercury, you cheater,
What?
go ahead and get 2 for this.
What? What? I didn't cheat. I just bought a harmonica. The real cheating is now that you're gonna fucking force me to learn how to play an instrument.
Hell yeah.
Hey man, you do it on your time. I'm not gonna make you rush through it. I'm glad you did though. It makes me very happy. Oh my goodness. As you sort of have these thoughts on the mind and you can feel the air around sort of get heavier and more humid. It's a rather warm spring day, actually. It's about scroll up. 79 degrees, and you can see Now, the sky above you, as you're sort of cresting one of these hills, getting grayer and grayer as it sort of seems to fill with water. It doesn't seem as dark and foreboding as what brews and pours on the valley that you're sort of leaving behind now, but Nix, you know you're getting close to the Forest of Hands, or at least the part where you'd have to leave the mount behind, as things are going to get sort of more perilous going through these rocks.
Like it'll get more perilous before we get to the Forest of Hands?
Shortly
Or once
before,
we
yeah.
get there?
Can I just clarify? Is this the Forest of Hands or the Forest of Hams?
We'll
Who
start
are
to
you
hear
asking,
the
God or
squealing
Nix?
anytime now.
Okay,
Hands.
not the meat. Well,
No.
We're gonna hear banjo any second now, and you'll know.
technically, yeah. I mean, technically, you can, Okay. There's a D in there. Hands.
Hands, yep.
But
Okay.
if would I be able to guesstimate if we were to dismount now that we'd still be able to make it before the sun goes down? We go the rest of the way on foot.
To the Forest of Hands. You certainly could. Either way, you should probably make it right around dusk. It'll just, it could be a little bit more strenuous to take the mounts, but you can certainly get them to the Forest of Hands. You wouldn't be able to take them any further than that. You wager it could be a good place to leave them, but it
So what
could
you're
also
saying
not
is start committing deforestation.
That would certainly be a bad idea.
We'll dismount at the Forest of Hands, and then Meneus can take the horses back to Astoria in the morning. I don't think it's a wise decision to send them back now after almost a full day of travel as it is. The beasts need their
Indeed.
rest as well.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. We're taking Eddie though along, right?
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
We will have to transfer the heavier equipment onto Eddie so that he can bring them through the mountains with us. Things like tents and bedrolls and jugs and all of that.
Great.
How much can donkeys carry?
Probably
this
not all
game?
that much.
Much
Hey,
like
hey,
200
hey,
pounds.
Times the donkey string score times 2.
Hold on.
Which is a lot.
Hey, Peter's back.
Peter's back.
Sure.
He's like, donkey facts! Oh, I'm here
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, fuck him back.
Do you want to know about
Yeah,
ass?
I wake
can
up,
tell you
I wake
about
up and I
ass.
start clapping because one person started clapping. And then I'm confused why no one else is clapping.
Yeah, with the ominous storms brewing over Mitros and the inevitable confrontation once again, now it seems, with Sidon or his son or whatever it is that's going on down there that seems to be connected to the Titan of Storms. Everyone else seems to sort of have their own feelings on the matter, and I'm curious to know what Atreus's are.
Atreus probably doesn't think much of it. I mean, yeah, it's one of Sidon's minions, but how many of Sidon's minions have we killed at this point? Like, and Lutheria's minions. Like, we've thwarted like 4 of their plans. What? We've killed Basculus, we've killed a giant boar pig that was like divine or something. We killed a Cerberus. Guys, we've gotten so many extra weapons, we've learned so much along the way. This would be cakewalk. At least that's what Atreus is. He's going in this with the confidence of a man that has thwarted their plan twice and has survived sacrifice by combat.
I
He's not
like
worried.
it. Your experiences giving you assurances and confidence going into this. Very nicely put.
Yeah,
Go ahead and get yourself
I don't need to be worried.
training point as well. As the last sort of segment of your travel, Nyx is sort of the beginning of the hard part, where the hills start to give way to actual mountain trails. You really have to start using your quads, getting, that burn going in your legs, the elevation starting to pick up, not anywhere near as high as, literally trying to get to the top of Mount Tillamook, but it's actually starting to get harder. The paths more windy and seeming to almost loop in on themselves. They're definitely not straight. They're definitely not the fastest way to get to Mitros, but it's definitely a lot safer than trying to stay on the outsides of the mountains with these storms moving overhead. You can hear and feel now the soft sort of drizzle of a little bit of rain falling down onto you all. Sort of broken up as you move underneath rock outcroppings that seem to sort of cover your path, or move through thicker shrubberies and small copses of trees. And time continues to advance forward, more and more, but your progress down south almost seems to slow, only crossing a bit more distance before the sun starts to peak behind the mountains and descend down, running away from the sky up above, only aided by the dark and brewing clouds. As coming up now, you see the first sign of arriving at your first sort of rest stop, Nyx. A iconic sign from this direction. What looks like a singular fist rising out of the ground just in front of you, but oddly enough, it almost seems to be cut off. Like you only see the sort of top shelf of the knuckles. It almost just looks like a boulder coming out of the ground, but you have passed by it many times, maybe even brushed your hands across its surface. This large, almost 20 feet wide rock coming out of the ground, only about 5 or 6 feet or so. You can see on the very top of this sort of rock face, at the edge of it, the cracks that match the skin wrapped tightly over a knuckle.
Quick
There
question.
is. What's up?
What are the really tall Cyclops things here again? Something with a G, right?
Geigen?
The guy
Is it Geigans? Is that what they're called?
The sort of humanoid-like Cyclopses, where they're large, but they're not literally building
like
size.
giant, like almost giant size.
Yeah, they're
like
large.
Goliaths.
Yeah, like they're really big Goliaths. Like they're 9-10 feet tall. They have 6 arms, but they're not Titan. They're not big Cyclopses. No.
Yeah,
okay.
They're baby giants.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like the most human of the Cyclopses.
Giants. Like, are there giants in this world?
Not that you know.
Like
of.
historically in the song, like any stories or myths or.
There are tales of other Titans, but nothing that coincides with what we know outside of the game as giants.
Okay.
Cyclopses certainly fill some of those roles in terms of fables and stories.
Nyx, is that like a big old Geigen fist, or like what the heck is that?
What do I know about the Forest of Hands?
You would know that these sort of structures, not really sculptures, they have some connection to the Titan Kintamane, so-called father of Sidon and Lutheria. Kintamane the Hundred-Handed. There is not a lot known about him historically, though myths say Kintamane was the husband and lover of Thylea, and some really old Fae stories refer to him as a sort of sentinel of some kind, some sort of guardian. But they seem to sort of mix guardian and protector up with husband a lot, so it's not really certain if that's really what he was doing or if that was just like a title. It's hit or miss. And he hasn't been seen in centuries. But these structures, these sort of hands coming out of the ground, have always been attributed to him. There have been sort of arrangements and very old, very old sort of druidic sites made out of stone. Think sort of like a Stonehenge kind of deal, sort of constructed in homage to him before, but they have really sort of fallen out of practice with his seeming silence and disappearance. No one really knows what Kentamane is up to, but they are fairly certain he's still around. The structures still seem to sort of appear out of nowhere sometimes.
No, not relating to Geigens. Rather, these are more for another Titan, Kentamane.
Wait, like, ain't that like the husband or something?
Well, it depends on who you ask and what translations you are looking for. Husband, guardian, lover, they all have been used interchangeably, so his relation to the Great Mother Thylea is a little ambiguous, to say the least. It's not entirely clear if he is a father of Thylea in respects to her, or if he was simply that a guardian to aid her in watching over her beautiful world.
Ain't he like the paw of the Titans or something? Like some of them?
I believe so, yes.
Well, he didn't do a real good job raising them.
I think their daddy issues might be worse than mine.
It's also a question of whether or not he was even around to raise.
Oh, so he is one of them deadbeat dads.
Or just dead.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I guess.
There's no legends of his death, though.
Yeah, I think if you kill a Titan, that's something you at least write at least one song about. Maybe a story, a play.
But that's the odd thing, isn't it? There aren't any songs of him falling, and yet no one's heard from him in centuries.
There's just these hands sticking out of the ground.
Yes, and they continue to appear. For him, it would seem so.
Are we near the hand?
Yes, we're probably.
Yeah,
I'm gonna touch it.
Yeah, the first sort of like this little boulder coming just like a little bit out of the ground. You can only see the tops of of this sort of fist. Everything else seems to be buried deep within the soil, and it's literally like right in front of you. It's just to the left of the path, and it's right in front of you. It's really large.
I take my sword and I poke at it like it's a dead body. Maybe it'll come alive.
Yeah, it's like literally poking your sword into granite.
It is merely a stone, Theamos. I've crossed this path hundreds of times over the years. If it had any magical properties, I would have known by now.
I wonder if you counted them, if there were 100.
I counted the hands.
Why would you count them? Oh, because you're like if you're bored, like a game.
Not necessarily what I meant. You would have to travel the whole continent, though, and that would be much more effort than would make sense to count the stone hands. I'm just
They're like all over the place.
Well, we saw hands at the forge.
Yes.
Right?
And there's this fist here, and then we're going into the forest of hands.
And then there was those ruins before the Mithril Forge. It had some symbols upon them. One of them was of Kentamane, as well as Thylea.
After he's finished looking at him, he's just gonna kind of look at it and contemplate, and his eyes are going to flash and slit like a dragon as I'm going to divine sense it. I wonder if it's a divine fist rock thing.
No, good on you to check. Good on you to check. But in doing so, don't say anything. It seems to be inert. It seems like if there was any magic in this thing or some sort of presence, it definitely seems gone.
It's a rock.
It's not a rock. It's a boulder.
What?
That's the oddity. Does the spirit that we're seeking out in this place have a connection with Kantamane? Or is this just a sightseeing?
Or
You mean the
sometimes a
spirit?
stone is just a stone.
I mean, I don't. By the mass, I don't know that many stones that look like fists.
Yes, but I mean, plenty of carvers. You've seen statues before, haven't you?
Yeah, but like, who has a sad existence of a life that's coming out here and just carving a bunch of hands into a whole bunch of rocks?
You would think acolytes have a sad existence.
I mean, if they had to come out into the woods and just carve hands for a
Would you
deity that
not?
never shows up,
I'm
Okay,
not an
certainly.
artist, but I mean, it
Would
doesn't look
you
easy.
not? Oh, go on, Bartholomew. Sorry.
No, I'm saying it that I'm not an artist, so I don't know, but it doesn't look easy. Maybe they're just practicing hands.
God damn it.
Oh my!
God damn you. God damn you,
Sorry,
Bartholomew.
My other characters would laugh at that.
Hands aren't hard, Kishi. You just gotta draw them a fucking line. We know this.
like, is
What are you
it
talking
like
about?
hard to carve hands? I mean, I don't do that kind of art. Is anyone here a sculptor?
Not
I'm a-
I.
Tail fall of the human figure.
I'm a leather crafter. That's about as close to sculpting I can get.
Is it hard to make gloves?
Not necessarily. I mean, you have a shape of a hand, and that's pretty much all you need. Proper measurements and a steady hand to cut it out of a single piece of leather.
Hmm.
And of course, you need the skills to sew them together properly. And I find
All
it
right, I'm over the rock.
And I do find it interesting you're willing to insult those who'd carve for Kentamane, but I asked you if you were given an opportunity to carve statues in the honor of Kira, would you think it's so ridiculous?
In all honesty, in all truth, yes. Because I don't carve. If you want me to sing a song or write a song for her, absolutely, or put on a performance of some sort, maybe a sonnet or a play.
I'll have to
Yeah.
remember that you do not do well with metaphorical examples.
Aren't you going to write me a poem now, Mercury?
I mean, I
Fucking
could.
gift. Oh shit!
I mean,
That's not my thing.
Nah, fuck. Now I gotta make it. You know I have to make that now.
Yep.
I hope you did not forget about me.
I mean, how? I mean, you can't. I mean, you're here. Wait, you know about a bunch of stuff. Do you know anything about Kentame? Is he still alive?
I have it on pretty good authority that he is, yes.
Well, see, there you go. See, he's alive.
Interesting.
So are these just like randomly carved rocks, or are they gonna grab me when I sleep?
I heard
No.
they appear sometimes.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, Thamos, if they grabbed you. It seems like most people can't really keep their hands off you.
I would think it was also the reverse.
Yeah, I don't think he's much of a hands kind of guy. I think he's more,
No, I don't know Mercury. Would you care to explain?
Yeah, I mean, he probably likes the tits and the ass, legs, face, eyes, lips, hair. I don't know many people that are all about hands. I know
So you don't
some ladies though, they like real rough hands. That kind of gets, they get excited about that, like calloused and whatnot.
Farming hands.
Yeah, I think.
Warriors' hands as well. Hands
I look
that
at
would have
Atreus.
dwarf.
Are Atreus' hands hot? Does he have hot hands?
We roll for hot handness.
Yeah, roll for hot handness.
Can I roll for charisma just for my hands?
Does he look like he have model hands? Can you go like model something with his hands?
Vogue a little bit.
I love that I can just put images in Foundry.
You forgot the H.
I didn't know if it had an H or not. Ah!
Kirika or whatever your name is.
Tisk.
Should be
Atreus,
glad
how
I
hot
got
are
the
your
Y
hands?
right. Oh, I think he said he was going to be AFK for like half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So he's probably not here.
You gotta shake the magic 8-ball. Ask again later.
I cast
No.
Shatter on the hands and we move on.
I mean, I was mostly just asking Jordan. Describe his hands to me.
Yes.
Describe Atreus's hands to you.
Slowly.
Yes.
Good
ASMR
slow.
They look.
Not slow enough.
Let's go with sun-kissed like the rest of him.
Get close
a
to that
bit
mic.
scarred, and certainly strong and more than capable.
It's the worst ASMR.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want really?
There you go.
Yeah.
we're not
talk
doing
talk
that.
about those knuckles.
You can subscribe to the Patreon for that. Find me on OmiFans.
I don't know about hands. Maybe if you were describing the feet, that might be a little.
Oh god, yeah, that's more appropriate content for OmiFans. My bad.
Sorry, that is our 5th tier on the Patreon. Limited availability.
Yeah, because we're totally demonetized.
Mm-hmm. So from there, just about 15, 20 minutes or so later, you actually end up sort of arriving. You can hear the soft sort of shuffle or flow, maybe just from wind, of water. Nyx, you know that this sort of grove, this so-called forest of hands, is sort of wrapped around in a beautiful dot of woodland, and you find yourselves entering into it.
Second day? Did we already sleep?
No, you
No,
slept.
we're still on the same day.
Yeah, you're literally arriving at the halfway point, so to speak.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't.
You
For some reason, I thought we
potion.
already stepped and we sent Menaeus back. We're still on horses. Menaeus still with us.
Yeah,
Still
this
good.
is
Okay.
this is where Menaeus would need to sort of sit down. Coming now to the actual Forest of Hands.
I don't have any vision.
I
Yeah,
see
give me just a
Can I
nothing.
drag a token on the board first?
I have a pizza pulling up,
Yeah.
so if we go into combat, don't kill me. I'm just getting pizza.
Give me 1 second. Get your little party marker. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, till now I've had to look at the stream because I just couldn't see anything. Not even cameras.
Forgot about the new ruler thing. That's so cool. Okay. Hey, I did the mounting procedure correctly. This is cool.
Nicely done. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I got it right on my first try. I wonder.
Damn it. I was trying to remember because I remember I explained it to somebody and I forgot.
I can mount all three of them on top of each other.
Wait, why are we talking about mounting people on top of each other?
People with mounts utilizing the mount feature.
Wait, am I being mounted?
I mean, if you are.
I don't know what you and Eddie do.
I need to pull out my.
But I don't have to be like Ivis Purchase on this person anymore. I can just like have him mount.
Yeah, you can't have Ivis literally just mount you if he's just riding on your shoulder or something or on your back.
Exactly.
Mercury's
He likes to perch on Sylvaris horns.
10 feet up.
And big old hands.
Indeed. Seeming to give credence to its name, you can see multiple half-buried hands rising out of the ground, quite large in size, easily able to fit an entire mount or two within the palm of them.
Where are the
Interesting.
mounts?
Wait, why is Ivis so far away?
Wait on. Horse, calm down.
Are there any fishes in this pond here, or how deep does it look?
It's just little hands floating around.
It looks relatively deep, but there are no fish, no.
Okay, we can rest here for the night, start setting up camp, but we do have some time before it gets completely dark. I'd like to go out and try to hunt for something to offer to the Oread that lives in the mountains.
Aid you.
What's that, Thylea?
I will aid you. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to dismount.
Wonderful.
You right click on yourself and you hit the little horse.
I got it.
Yeah.
No, come on. Yeah. Click.
How thick is this tree line?
Around this section here, it seems to be pretty thick. You can definitely move into it and through it, and it seems to immediately thin out quite quickly. Probably about 30 feet of actual tree before you start hitting mountain rock and, sort of like hilly shelves and things like that, and it starts giving way to just brushes and grass. It's literally like a little drop of nature on this mountainy trail.
It's going to perch on the finger. Okay, hunting time.
Yeah, Nyx puts her
There you are.
stuff down with the exception of her bow and quiver and a hunting trap.
So you're gonna
Inferior hunts.
You gonna do trap hunting or active hunting?
Active hunting. The trap is just so I can set it for the night.
All right.
Start a ritual.
Let me go grab my little extra
I will
rules.
fortify the camp.
You are?
I guess I will help fortify the camp.
Cool. Okay.
Ibis will scout the immediate area.
All right. I like it. I like it.
What's going on?
Like all of you. Okay. So let's do the easiest part first. So then, Theamos, give me an athletics check with advantage, since you're sort of, getting Mercury to help. He's volunteering and sort of just pointing out the things you need sort of help lifting. Ooh, nat 20. Nicely done with a 28. All right.
The dice turned back on.
They're beautiful. Leave them alone.
I want to know who's been cutting down trees in this clearing.
Not it.
Want to get him?
Oh, the singular stump over there?
There's another stump over here.
Did I put two stumps on this map? Where's the other stump? There is another stump.
I
over
have
there.
it.
I see. All right. What sort of fortifications do you want to sort of set up, Theamos, and where?
I have to make decisions like that. I don't know how to fortify a camp, God.
I mean,
do I look like I've been camping before?
Almost. It might not be a bad idea to put some like over here, so we have the water to one side.
I'm gonna do what he said.
All right.
I was too busy being sassy to hear him.
You're just setting up some.
I'll see if I can find more big rocks and just kind of put it around us.
Okay.
Make cover-ish.
Yeah. Definitely some boulders nearby you can rearrange, and then some sort of in between the trees and the like.
Wait, how do you leave a rock so big, Theamos?
Well, I mean, when you go to the gym, you get muscles, Mercury. I could take you sometime. You kind of need someone to just kind of pinch Mercury's biceps, or
I
lack
mean,
thereof.
What did I do?
I mean, the gym really isn't my forte. I mean, like ever since like I went to one once and like everyone was pretty much naked, just kind of walking around, like throwing discs and javelins and things, and they were all oiled up. It was kind
It's
of
like the
weird.
best part.
I mean, oil don't work real well on my wings, so
Just don't put oil on your wings. Here, I'll train you personally. It's a pat shoulder.
all right.
Why is it
So
filled?
I'll just like slap his ass because I saw that happen at a gym once.
What are you pulling it from, Brenda?
I'm just making a thing. I changed the color and it thing I got. There we go.
Yeah.
For some reason the opacity for the fill got maxed out. I don't know why.
Putting a boulder on the path as well.
E.
I mean, a couple of thin, long ones, definitely able to sort of provide half cover if you get up close to them, and would certainly be an obstacle to sort of have to maneuver around if something were to assail you. Combined with the efforts of Sophia to create this expansive sort of bubble of force, or does it look any different than that?
No, basically just scrawling a circle on the dirt on the ground. Just the strange shadowy magic just seems to leak from her fingertips. As she completes the circle, it just seems like the scrawling turns solid as a solid gray line, and the circle slowly starts to build upwards onto itself until a almost perfectly spherical dome of gray appears as it seems to swallow her whole. But seems like you guys can pass through it. And once you come inside, it seems like everything outside you can see in somewhat dimmer color, but almost normal. It just seems a little bit off. From the outside, it just looks like this impenetrable dome of gray.
Indeed. All right.
Magical one-way glass.
I start setting up some other stuff on the stone. Little workbench.
Smart.
Okay, taking some time to hunt. Inferior and Nick setting off together.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. You know you have maybe at best about an hour to sort of cover the immediate area before it starts to get truly dark. So let's see. Both of you give me 2 d20 rolls. Just straight up d20s.
Do it. Make your dreams come true. Oh, not bad. Not great.
17. No, that's not mine. 13
I can
and
see
4.
Okay, let's see here. Compare that. I got boom.
Nope.
Boom.
Didn't realize that all of the mounting and dismounting showed up in the chat.
Same.
That's
Same.
funny. Oh,
Yeah, it
God.
does.
We spam the shit out of it. Whoops.
I'm just glad I don't there's not like a sound cue for the Foundry chat. Maybe we would have known if there was, but thankfully there's not.
It's all right.
Okay. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
So in your guys' sort of immediate assessment, you find 4 sets of sort of tracks or signs of animal life in the immediate surroundings. As I need both of you to give me 2 perception checks.
Perception.
15, 16.
You said two?
Yeah, 2 perception checks, yep.
15 and 13.
Okay, you guys are both very accomplished hunters, easily able to identify the tracks of what it is you're encountering, and realizing you could probably track these creatures down. So, Inferior, you recognize, first off, quite quickly, the signs of what seemed to be a probably juvenile or maybe young adult black bear nearby.
Oh. Interesting.
Large, sort of wide paw prints into the ground. Not something that you, in your experience, believe to be a great threat to you. Something you think you could easily handle if so chosen. In addition to that, you also notice, actually, oddly enough, some signs of vultures as well nearby. Maybe spotting one of them sort of flying from one location to another. Definitely a gamier choice. Well, both of them very fucking gamey, but both of them, you know, you could easily hunt down and prepare. Though with the time that you have, you probably have to choose maybe one of them. And Nyx, you also see these as well, but in sort of your quick investigation of the area, uncover some other huntable birds, though not vultures. You'd end up with probably having to kill a fair number of them to get some decent meat. Additionally, you do notice some tracks of goats, mountain goats, nearby as well, seeming to move from this sort of safe haven, or this place of clean water and some available vegetation, and probably bounding between the nearby sort of mountain cliff faces and the like. As with your options being goats, black bear, vultures, or miscellaneous birds, you probably have enough time to hunt 2 if you split off, but it might be a little bit harder, or you can work together to hunt down 1.
Perhaps the mountain goat would be best.
Yes, I was thinking exactly the same thing. Even if the bear does not present a challenge, I think it would be a challenge for us to haul it through the mountains. But a goat
Would
We
be
could do
more
goat.
manageable.
Exactly.
And yes, I feel that there are probably more goats than bears in the area. I would feel a bit guilty taking the bear.
I understand that perspective then. So let's go.
Onwards.
I've got to be honest, it's been a long time since I've hunted with somebody. A little exciting for me.
It has been more than 13 years for me.
My God.
And then
You're
it was
so
just with the
young.
Amazons.
Oh my God. I don't think the last time I've seen Renee was for over a century at best.
Over a century. I haven't even hit my first century yet.
Oh God. I don't think I left my island when I was even your age. I was still about my grove. I must have been between my first and second when I finally reached Mitros.
Well, kind of had extenuating circumstances.
Honestly, I probably should have left my islands earlier due to extenuating circumstances. It's not easy when you have to leave your home and venture off into the world on your own.
This is true. This is true. Especially when the journey is perilous. Well,
Long and daunting.
yes. They told me it was impossible to sail the Forgotten Sea. Not impossible, but nearly.
Difficult at best.
Yes. Well.
Nice.
And off we go to be hunting buddies.
Off we go!
Very nicely put together. And so as you guys have chosen your prey of choice, going to go hunt down a few of these goats. First, Inferior, give me a D4. Or sorry, a D6. That was technically 2d6.
I didn't mean to.
But you rolled the 4 first. All right, cool. And as you guys are sort of trying to follow the signs of these goats, you realize that this group is most likely about 4 of them. As I need both of you to give me your choice of perception or survival.
I want to do survival. Can I do it with advantage if we're in the mountains?
Give
Are we considered in the mountains? Yeah. I do. I have a thing. I'm a wanderer.
What's your thing?
What's my thing? I'm a wanderer too.
I have advantage on survival checks to guide, navigate, and forage in a favorite terrain, and my favorite terrain are mountains.
That's right. Yours are the grasslands. Yeah, that's right. Okay, very nicely done. Yeah, you can go ahead and make yours with advantage next. And then give me one as well, Inferior.
Yeah.
It's shift with advantage.
Yep.
Wait, which was it was either perception or
survival. Ooh, that advantage coming in clutch for you.
Oh,
Nick's getting a nat 1 almost.
Skipping
18 and 23. Both of you just impeccable in this environment. This is almost something that you feel you're just born to do. Each of you sort of spotting things at almost the exact same time and communicating in hushed voices, trying not to spook anything that may be nearby. And you realize quite quickly as you move between the trees and the vegetation, you're closing in on your prey. You can hear the soft bleating of goats nearby, and it is...
Goodbye.
And with your expert tracking, you two have caught them completely unawares, easily able to see them out in the clear with no real cover to aid them. They are truly vulnerable in this moment. How do you want to go about killing them?
I don't think we need all of them.
We certainly don't.
Just one would do, as Nyx is already notching an arrow and pulling back the bowstring, taking aim.
Imperial will ready her chakram. Only if the shot doesn't take it out right away, you know? Don't want to have it be in misery longer than necessary.
All right. Only aiming to kill one of the goats?
Mm-hmm.
The biggest ram.
Hell yeah.
Aiming for the biggest ram. Right. You see a great set of magnificent curling horns on the largest ram. Seems to be behind some of the others, having to sort of now thread a shot a little bit. But thanks to your expert tracking, you will have advantage, as give me an attack roll with your bow, Nyx. Inferior at the ready with a set of chakrams.
Yes.
As a 16 is
not roll with the advantage.
Huh? Thankfully with advantage. A 16 will in fact do it, as your shot, waiting for just the right moment, exhaling just at the release as you've been taught many a year, your strike lands home. With a dying bleat and a collapse, the other goats bounding off into the foliage, trying to get away from, well, the largest of their group, felled by expert huntresses. Collecting your prize is a bit heavy, aiming for the largest one, but able to, sort of tie it up and finagle it as, let's see. Give me...
I whistle for Silvirix.
as
drag
Sylvirix
this away for
starts to
us.
make their leaves the camp
There it is.
to your guys' surprise and starts moving between the trees quite quickly. As give me 2d8 rolls, one from each of you.
Do you like my goats?
I like your goats.
I took that picture in Glacier National Park.
Hey, right before you
Those
took the
are
kill shot.
live goats, not stock
No,
goats.
they were being chased by a grizzly bear and a grizzly bear and cub. I think I have a picture of
Oh my god.
Yeah.
An
Wait, where'd it
actual
go?
adventure.
An actual adventure. It's a picture of the.
So I rolled a 1 on my d8.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. As the goat you have collected will provide, based on its weight, 16 pounds of edible meat and collectible viscera and the like.
Cool.
So you can mark it down, probably on Inferior sheet, since you're going to put it on Sylvirix, I presume, that you have a 16-pound ram collected. Nicely done with your little hunting adventure. Both of you go ahead, get yourself a training point as well for your wonderful role play as well.
Training point. And 16 pounds of ram and viscera.
Both stand over the ram, hold down X to harvest. No, I'm kidding. As within a bit of time, now coming at about 8:03 p.m., it is finally descending to truly be night. And just as it's truly getting dark, Nyx and Inferior start to make their way into a pretty dark, it seems, campsite, unless someone set up a fire or anything like that.
I set up my hunting trap on our way back.
I would probably set up a fire.
Nyx, give me a straight survival roll for that.
Advantage.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. I forgot the button. Oh, it's control. Whatever. Roll again.
Isn't control disadvantage?
16. I have no clue,
Yeah.
man.
Control is disadvantage, shift is advantage.
Okay, I'm holding alt. That's my problem.
And there you go.
Oh.
Dodging another nat one for a 16. All right, duly noted.
This is why I have favored terrain.
Mood.
You set it up inside the bubble or somewhere else?
No, my hunting trap. As Inferior and Nyx are returning to the camp, I find a spot a bit a ways away from the tree line and set it up there.
What about the
See if I
fire,
can get some.
Theos?
I'd probably set it up inside at first. I don't know how the bubble affects the flames by heart.
Yeah, it can pass through it. It's fine.
No, you all suffocate.
Yeah, I'll probably put the fire inside the bubble.
over 20. There we go. As the night air fills with the sound of nature nearby and the crackle of flame, as Nyx and Inferior and Sylvirix return with a beautifully hunted deer. Or rather, ram, rather.
Ram!
We're able to pass through this, right? The bubble.
Yep. Yep.
Perfect. We can start getting the ram cleaned, and maybe I'll give the skull along with a package of meat. I think she'd like that.
Can Sylvirix come into the bubble, or do we have to take the meat off?
Larger creatures cannot enter.
Okay. Sylvirix will come up to the side.
Drags the ram off of Sylvirix and has to drag it.
Guys, does he not have to drag it off? I could just pick it up.
Thank you, Thamos. That would be appreciated.
We're just gonna sleep in the bubble with the dead ram.
No, we're going to prepare it here.
Okay. So I just take it off and just plop it right in front of them.
I might as well take first watch if that's alright with everybody, just to ensure that I don't leave this unfinished.
Fine by me. Has Ibis returned from scouting the area yet? Whee.
Oh yeah, in quick order, Ibis sort of descends back down to you and reports nothing really out of the ordinary as far as you can see.
Cool. He's gotta go. He's very fond of the fingers. He's gonna go perch on the finger. Just keep an eye on
watching him
things.
fly over to the finger, you can see, oddly enough, this sort of strange shimmer in the water of that little pond. It almost seems to emit just the faintest amount of light, a soft sort of glow coming from it.
Is that normal from my experience?
In your experience, it always seems to have that going on with it.
Lovely, isn't it?
Yes. Do you know why it does that?
Do I?
In your experience, you're not really sure why it does that. The only thing you do know is that the waters from that sort of pond are always refreshingly cool. They're always nice and smooth, even after a rain. It just seems to be just pure, and has always been pure for as long as you can remember.
No, I'm not sure specifically. Renee used to tell me that some of the ponds around here were blessed with a sort of magic to keep them cool and clear. And she liked to tease it was actually because of her, but I don't think that's quite true. I don't think she's been around long enough to grace these mountains in that kind of way.
Is she the Oread that we caught the goat for?
Yes, she is. Surprisingly enough, or rather odd, is while most nymphs have a grove that they are raised with and other nymphs that congregate together, almost like a village, Renee lived alone.
We had that in common then.
Yeah. She watches these mountains on her own and protects them, respects the spirit of hunting, and this is why we give offerings. Those who do not give any offering to her while passing through her mountains are considered now prey for sport.
I can see why that would be.
Only a fool would cross through here without properly knowing how to give homage and respects to the very being that keeps the nature here flourishing.
Yes. I wonder if Sophia's hearing this.
Sophia's trying to figure out why I can't control my character right.
What are you trying to do?
Which indeed.
I'm just trying to not snap. It's sort of sending me all over the place.
Isn't it just alt?
No, I'm not.
It's usually shit, but it's not working right.
Maybe it's a result of the new drag out measuring thing.
Yeah,
Might have
maybe.
messed with some stuff.
A lot of times it'll even like launch me further than I would have moved normally. I'm just trying to fuck around. So
But
no,
yeah,
sorry, I
nothing-
was not. Sophia was not paying attention.
Rip Sophia.
But she's also, you can see her sitting over by this large stump. She's got this strange pot laid out on top of it, a small fire burning. It's actually seemed to be dug out on the top of the stump and kindling put inside of it. And she's got some strange alchemical supplies put off to one side. So looks like she's focused on that and not paying attention.
Is this witchcraft or food?
What I've been doing to try to prepare us for our journeys ahead. There are still a few that need to be finished.
I take a sniff of it. Can I determine anything from it?
Seems relatively odorless because the things I'm burning are crystals.
There is just, it seems, the scent of flame underneath it, and there's sort of, especially for you, Bartholomeus, your strongest sense being your sense of smell. You end up getting just kind of a nose full of Sophia, oddly enough.
I figured. I
That's
just kind of breathe out and nod at her and just walk away. You look dirty, bro.
Sophia secretly has hippie energy. She has, I haven't slept in 3 days because I'm busy working.
College
I'll take a
student
shower when I'm done with the
hippie.
project.
Like, one of us has to actually do things.
Sophia is the classic college student. The I always made honor roll and dean's list, and I need to get like a 4.5 GPA college student energy.
My life.
She's living on ramen because it's affordable, doesn't cost a lot of drachmae.
Yeah.
And tomato soup.
Oh god.
And coffee.
Having a few, having this sort of night to yourselves, what else do you all do or discuss?
Inferi, when you said you left your home due to extenuating circumstances, was that the Grove fire?
No. The Grove fire was when I emerged from my tree.
Immediately after.
No. During.
What?
Yes, I was not ready to emerge, but the grove was burning, so I did. And then I was alone in the forest for some time. Well, not alone. There were the animals, of course. It took some years to become acquainted with the Amazons. What I meant about leaving my island was there was a shift in power, and the new queen decided that to best preserve the Amazons must worship Thylea. It was disastrous for those of us who did not wish to honor the Titaness and her grisly demands. There were only 5 of us left by the time we fled. And only 2 when we arrived.
I'm so sorry I hadn't realized what became of the other one, if you don't mind sharing.
To with other humans. It was better for her that way.
And you decided to travel Thylea all alone for the last 13 years.
Being with humans only brought me grief. Being in the forest did not.
I guess I always thought because you were so young for a nymph, perhaps that led to a lot of what I believed was your naivety, but you're less than a century old, and it feels almost as if you've been through more than even I had at your age.
It was not an easy life, but it was good. At times. A lot of my naivety of the world was the isolation of the Amazons and, well, the isolation from the Amazons.
Isolation from civilization as a whole.
Yes.
You might like Renee. She might like you.
I should hope so.
She didn't very care much for Mitros nearby and had a distaste for society as a whole.
Well, I wouldn't say I have a distaste, but...
No, but Renee has a bit of a temper, rather.
Uh-huh.
I think it comes from being an Oread, having to not just watch over mountains, but take on the responsibility that there will be people that hunt, and there will also be amateurs. She's not so fond of the amateurs.
They can be very frustrating. I remember saving a pack of the Amazonian wolves from a mother bear that they had disturbed. That was actually my first real interaction with them. They were quite surprised.
She would tell me stories of those who got stuck in her traps that weren't careful.
I imagine there are quite some stories.
Oh yes, and my pride is still quite wounded that I am one of those stories.
Oh! Now that's a story I must hear.
Oh, I'm sure she would love to tell it to you. I got caught in one of the hanging traps, hit my head, and blacked out. I woke up to her standing over me, so I cannot tell you exactly how it happened. I'm sure she knows more.
I'll have to ask.
Hopefully she's around to tell it.
Yes, you did seem concerned.
Well, I sent the Caledon that Vulcan had given us. I sent her on ahead to give an offering and a note. And she told me there were offerings that had sat there that weren't claimed. It's not very like Renee. I thought maybe the storm is disturbing her, and I don't know, I just...
She's occupied on the Mytrosian side of the mountains.
Yes, that's what I'm hoping. Could you in the morning, when we get closer to the mountains, could you ask the trees if everything's been alright?
Of course. I would be glad to.
Thanks, Imperia. I appreciate it greatly. I don't have a lot of people I can call family these days. Renee is the closest I have.
Yeah. I can understand that.
Nyx continues skinning and prepping the ram.
Deep combo.
Deep conversations.
While butchering.
Yes.
Yeah. Fucking love it. Fucking love it. Both
There's
of you go ahead and get
nothing
yourself
more
a training
ladylike
point.
in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, both of you go ahead and get yourself a training point for that outstanding bit of bonding. Any other conversations throughout the night amongst anyone else?
Will you be using all of that goat for that ritual of yours?
For the offering?
Yes.
It's not required to use all of it. The rest of it can be for us and our travels.
Great.
Though, every shrine we pass, it wouldn't be a bad idea to offer more.
We can also always hunt more if we desire this meat. However, I do believe that we've been forgetting about that nice little gift of Vulcans that doesn't require us to provide our own food.
Oh no, I've not forgotten at all, but it's still very rewarding to go hunt for your own sometimes.
This is true.
Yeah, he's part of Sophia Squad.
Sophia Squad.
Oh no, I lost him underneath Imperial. Oh no. Oh, he's stuck.
Well, I lost me underneath Atreus.
Oh god,
so.
I can't.
That's some
There we
ship
go.
fuel right there. Get back in the bubble. As time passes, reagents break down and rams are harvested, bundled perhaps in token offerings to provide on said roadside shrines, especially going forward from the Forest of Hands. Nix, you would know that Renee's territory seems to sort of extend down this path after this point.
I've regained more supplies. What does everyone's inventory look like for medicinal potions? Atreus doesn't have anything. I give Atreus a greater healing potion.
I don't have anything by way of healing either.
I have 2 lesser healing potions.
Wait, were we supposed to like buy potions before we left?
No, that's my job. What do you have? What do you need? Next here, as I hand you one lesser, one greater.
I mean, I don't got nothing. I don't need nothing.
Yeah.
Mercury, you're squishy. Take one.
I mean,
I give you a greater healing potion.
I mean,
Shove
Thylea
it
says
into your hand.
he's gonna take me to the gym or something.
Wait, I don't
I
know if
don't
Ibis
think
has
that's
one right
the
now.
same.
Ibis does not have one right now.
All right, so you gave Atreus a greater healing potion?
Yep, I'm gonna give Ibis one lesser.
Okay.
Giving Mercury a greater, giving Nyx a lesser and greater.
Hold on. I gotta actually drag these onto people.
Yes, drag it onto me.
Potions. All right, Atreus is done.
Bartholomew, what do you have and what do you need?
Oh, I don't have anything, but I think one greater will be enough.
I'll give him a greater.
All right, I can get that off of you. Inventory, greater. Oop, that's 2 graders.
Because right now I've got 5 graders and 4 lessers that I'm handing out. So, character sheet, what are you doing?
I'm pulling
Yeah,
them
mine's
off of your
picking
character
out as
sheet.
well.
I think you were looking at it, so it popped up on my screen. Theamos, what do you have? What do you need?
What?
He seems to already be unconscious.
I think he's sleeping.
Maybe put some to the side just in case his is also empty. I'm also considering preparing more healing magic on my end. Perhaps that would encourage me to not get into the thick of combat. But I doubt it.
I mean, this then there harmonica, it can heal people when we like take a rest.
Just gonna give Theamos one lesser. Leaves me with 1 greater and
Just
lesser.
gonna slide it onto Beamos' person while he's sleeping.
Yep.
All right, what does he get?
1 lesser.
All right, 1 lesser.
Ibis is carrying a healing potion.
I forgot how to add the items to our action bar.
You should be able to drag it from your inventory to the bar, I believe.
Okay, so you can have it pop out.
I don't think so.
Doesn't look like you're. Oh, you're like adding the lessers onto my sheet. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Who else is getting a greater? Mercury?
I think I am.
Yeah, Mercury's getting one.
Okay, there we go.
Atreus, Bart, Mercury, and Nyx are all getting a greater, leaving me with one. Then Inferior and Theamos and Nyx are all getting a lesser.
I already added one to mine. I can pull it off if it's easier.
I'm also going to try to keep track of it on my thing, so people don't forget. Add it to the top of our group loots, so I know what people have.
Makes sense to me.
I have 3 now because I had 2 before, and then you gave Ivis 1.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna put. It says stabilized, but I think I'm gonna put the band-aid symbol on Ivis just so that I know he's carrying one. Can I do that?
You should be able to.
Cool. I mean, like, I did that. I physically can. It's whether it's whether I'm allowed.
Oh, whether or not the
May
smite bolt
she?
will come.
May they?
Roger that. Okay, so Atreus should have one. And he does. Okay, cool. He still has an oil of blessing. Cool. I think everyone that should have a set of potions should be good now.
Cool.
Okay. You want me to delete them off my stuff?
What potion do I have?
I gave you a greater healing potion.
Yeah.
He's back.
I'm just gonna delete the duplicates I have on my sheet.
I've got
I am.
the greater
Did
on
anyone
my
roll a
sheet.
But you
d20?
should have the 1 greater healing and the 3 lessers, right?
I should just have 1 greater and 1 lesser.
Okay, who did
Yeah,
the other
I
2
need-
lessers?
I need a lesser.
Yeah, I gave 1 to
So-
Inferior, 1 to Nyx, and 1 to Theamos.
Okay. And then Inferior, you said you already got yours.
Yeah. It was simple enough to just add 1 to the quantity on my sheet.
Wrong. I'm gonna put them on your character sheet and you can't stop me.
Okay.
They're under your consumables now.
Oh, fancy.
Enjoy this. Enjoy it taking up all that space. There you go.
I love it.
Delete. Gone into existence.
Goodbye.
Obliterated. Alright, there we go. Cool. Potions hashed out. And then your oil should be finished brewing up at the end of a long rest. The ones that you're working on.
Yeah.
With some...
Crush up my Alexandrite, using up 80% of it, which leaves me... Nope, that's not... Leaves me with 30 dust left.
Yeah.
I was gonna say 20%.
You might have a change to those rules in the future, which will be well notified ahead of time. Okay. As time passes, 9:30, 10:30. You guys breaking up into watches or collectively sleeping? What are you doing?
I'll take a watch.
Take the last watch.
Watches. How did I get turned sideways?
I don't know.
How do I fix it? Oh.
I'm gonna sleep all night, so I have Darius to do a watch all night.
Alright.
Darius gets on top of a bush and cries because his dad doesn't love him anymore.
Sure.
Oh yeah, we can't do the numbers.
Ibis comes and comforts him.
Is there a number thing? I guess I can put like elevation 4. That
Yeah. You click right. You right click.
No, you can.
There we go.
Those are exhaustion.
I'm on 4 foot watch. There you go.
Just use the different eyes, whatever color eye you're on is the watches. Use the exhaustions.
Okay.
Just a little status effect one. So if you're on, if you guys match your colors, then you're on the same watch together.
I'm gonna put myself on first.
Are all the
I
watches
put
covered?
myself on 5th.
5th watch.
7th watch.
There's not a 7th watch, actually.
Yeah, I think there's like
there's-
5.
The
That's
colors
why we
are
took-
so similar.
That's
Yeah.
alright. I can tell the slight difference because Nyx is on 1st, Mercury's
can
on
I.
2nd. Looks like Sophia's on 4th with Inferior.
No,
Is
I'm on
Stave
5th.
open?
You are on 5th watch, you goofball.
There's no 5th watch.
5th watch.
There is now.
Everybody wakes up. All right, time for my watch.
She's looking
Perfect.
out for us while we're having breakfast.
Putting
Inferior
you on
does her
fourth
watch,
watch.
as everyone else breaks down the camp. Yeah, she just stands there with her hands on her hips.
What,
I'm
am I
watching,
watching?
guys.
Yeah, you guys seem safe. Good.
Yes, good job.
It is when the enemy would expect us to be least prepared for an attack.
There is wisdom in this one.
There is a surprising amount.
See?
I'm just assuming Bartholomew is cradling the stump, trying to keep within the sphere.
Squeezing his massive bulk.
There's room over here.
Oh, this is our actual camp.
Yeah,
I thought
see,
this was
we're-
like.
we're
I thought this was
no,
the
we're not-
influence of whatever fire we created.
Nah,
No,
my
we're
big
in a
dome
little
of
hut.
safety.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
has a
Alright.
tiny hut.
Raven's tiny hut.
I mean, yeah, I don't have to move him. I'll just get comfortable wherever.
I'll move you there. Right.
Right in the middle.
Yeah.
Did you see my attempt at moving?
As Kyra seems to sort of just lean up against the bubble and seem to sort of doze off, you can see this sort of small canary just seem to sort of spring into existence next to your alchemical supplies, Sophia, and just sort of look up at you and around the campsite, so to speak. And she seems to sort of drift off. As... Are there any conversations in the night between watches? Most of them seem to go by relatively uneventful. It doesn't seem like anything throughout this night seems to accost or close in on your camp. You seem to be in pretty good safety up in these mountains. You can hear the sound of the storm brewing and building off in the distance, thunder strikes breaking the silence, quieting the nature around you, but other than that, it seems to mostly pass without much event, so it
Is Kira
seems.
awake?
She seems to have drifted off to sleep.
Oh yeah, Kira's here. Oh, poor Menaeus. Well, he gets to go sleep out in the fucking cold.
He's
Kira
bundled
took
up
his
with the
spot.
horses.
He gets to sleep in the stable.
It's like,
I
I've got
also-
just
now.
enough.
I mean, it's not that hard of a decision. It's, do we do a god or do we do a hired hand? I mean,
It's okay. It's okay. Nyx will give Menaeus permission to use her tent for the night.
I guess if
Protected
Ibis
from
is
the
outside,
elements.
Menaeus can be in. So that's alright.
Darius
Yeah,
is outside.
Ibis is outside.
There you go. It's good enough.
Okay.
Ibis even considered a creature?
Yes.
Menaeus is
He's a
is
tiny construct.
a spectral non-entity, though, so he can't actually enter the bubble. He is a game. He's a rounding error in the
Yeah,
view of the world.
He's a missing gnome.
When he tries to touch the dome, it just pops up says error.
Error.
His pathing won't allow him in here. But yeah,
There.
For
I mean,
my Inferior's watch, she's gonna climb up on the thumb of this hand Because why not?
A climber.
She has 35 climb speed. I have to use it sometime, okay?
Yeah. Fine places. Getting a good view of the surrounding area. You can see further down the path just a bit before it winds off into darkness. Bits and pieces of moonlight peeking in between the clouds up above, and you can see just the soft sway of nature. Again, far away from Astoria and sort of Mitros, a sort of midpoint between the two. It's quite relaxing for you, Inferior.
The ideal sort of place for a kid like me.
Indeed.
During Nyx's watch, she's going to actually pace around the entire grove area surrounding the camp. Going between, looking at the stars, just looking at her surroundings, but as she walks around, she's just, she's removed her sleeve from her arm and is just kind of stroking, like, the Lutherian mark that's been embedded into it. It's kind of praying, almost, that, Renee is okay. I'm hoping that Lutheria hasn't done anything to her, because if anything happened, it would be because of Lutheria, right?
Sad.
Like I'm not allowed to really have anybody I care for.
You sort of rub your hands across the mark. You can feel this very soft, almost kind of like touching warm metal that's sort of been like run beneath hot water. Just like it's not something that burns, you can just feel this degree of warmth from it.
And I guess one thing's for certain, you're always listening in on me too.
Big yikes.
And yeah, that's it.
All right, anything else from anyone else?
Just finish up my work early in the morning. Start to pour my oils and put my supplies away.
Ibis abandons his finger for Infuria's finger.
All right.
They're both
Assuming
on the same finger.
that's it, as you will sort of come back into the bubble after sort of making your rounds, and it comes to Sophia's watch, checking in on your alchemist supplies, your sort of procedure, the night moving forward and forward, getting darker and darker, coming now almost onto 3 o'clock in the morning, so I think you should be on third watch, right?
Fourth.
We're both on
okay.
fourth.
Both on fourth, okay. So then, shortly before then, Inferior, you find yourself actually not waking for your watch. Sophia, you find her to be quite difficult to wake up, if you even try. And sort of looking at her, and at Theamos, and Atreus, Nyx, Bartholomaios, Mercury, all of them seem to be very much asleep. And you have to squint your eyes for a moment because you're almost certain you're not seeing what you're seeing, but then you do. Around each of their necks, a simple, soft, faint, golden ring. As
So I start to cast a ritual.
Theamos, Atreus, Nyx, Inferior, and Mercury, you wake up. And all around you is just this forest, but the pond is dry. The dirt is cold and clammy. The trees are barren and dead. The sounds of nature do not reach you. The fire is dead and cold. Kyra is nowhere to be seen. Neither is Sophia. And Bartholomeos is there.
Okay.
You look beyond this bubble that seems to be sort of collapsing in on itself or fading away like wisps of smoke, and you look around and your mounts don't seem to be there either.
The virus?
Not even Ivis seems to be there. You listen for the distinct sound, the clink of his metallic wings. You get nothing. It just seems to be the six of you in this sort of gray and dark place that looks just like where you were, but different. And you feel this moment of panic. Something's obviously not right. But the moment you feel it, everything feels fine. No, this is... Yes, of course, Sophia went ahead a few days ago. Your mind scrambles to make sense of it, to put together pieces that your soul swears shouldn't be there. But irregardless, it starts putting the pieces together. Everything makes sense. Everything is as it should be. The night is not breaking as early as you'd like, but you know the storm in Mitros is still a problem. You know you must continue heading south. You will feel this in your bones. And in short order, you go through the motions of packing up camp. You're assured that everything is fine, and you start to head south. Quickly, it seems, covering distances much faster than you did before, the blend of mountainous terrain and forestry moving past your eyes. And for a moment, you happen to wonder, I hope Sophia is okay. And then, the moment you do, you know that she is. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. The sun never seems to crest over the mountain rock, though. The path gives way to this strange sort of intersection. One that you were expecting, Nyx. Everything is going according to plan. The sun just hasn't risen. The mist coming off the grass seems to thicken. There's a coldness in the air. And then that coldness is broken only by a sound. Thunder up above, and quite quickly, plop, 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 as the rain starts to build up above you. And fall down onto you. And you find yourself at the intersection where you're supposed to go. You know to head down south, continue along, make your way through the mist, and you'll find yourself moving back into the mountains again and continuing on to Mitros. Everything is as it should be for the six of you. As...
New map.
No, how can I set up my ritual?
You can't.
No.
Fuck you.
That says healthy. Am I really healthy though?
Are you really healthy though?
Something's not right.
No, everything is fine.
Everything's fine.
So fine.
Everything's fine.
So fine.
Nothing is wrong.
Nothing is ever wrong.
You're in the good place.
As Theamos and Atreus, where are you guys at?
Where are we? Oh, there we are. This seems like a perfectly normal place.
I assume with
Oh, we
the
got that
incoming
fancy ground movement going.
I assume with the incoming storm, it got darker. Nyx would light her lantern.
Yeah. Lighting up your lantern, you can see the distinctive tree line nearby, and you know just to your northeast or so, there should be that distinctive druidic gathering place, an ancient gathering of stones channeling natural magic from long ago. Not something that's often visited anymore with the recedence of the old woods, but a helpful waypoint in your travels. The mist all around you, thick and obscuring vision.
It's not that much longer from our next landmark. Said northeast or southeast?
The landmark is northeast, but the path takes you sort of south and westerly.
Got it. The best route to take is to continue on this path, and we'll be in the thick of the mountains by nightfall. We should be able to meet up with Sophia, who's certainly set up camp by then.
Oh my god, I took the fucking mic.
So
there
we'll
you go.
take all of our horses.
As Mercury stays behind. As you all move through this mist, you find it harder and harder to see each other, having to stay close by in order to keep sight. You just notice like sort of your shadow moving through the mist.
Line.
Single file, just like in the woods.
Yes, exactly.
And on each
Conga
other.
line. Here we go.
Conga line. Back to conga line. Conga time. It sounds like a great idea.
Alright, I'll take the lead.
Back to conga time.
Take formation.
Safety formation. Because we can't get lost if we just keep touching each other. Or so it seems.
That's what
That's the idea, isn't it?
That is indeed the idea.
Do I smell
Yes,
anything
yes.
differently?
Taking in a deep breath, Bartholomaios. You smell wet earth, trees, life. No. Distinct lack of life. You don't smell trees or grass, just water and dirt.
But everything's
It's-
fine, right?
Everything's fine.
Gotcha.
Pressing on down the path, trying to keep close by to see each other. Nyx, you know your destination is now just a bit further up north and then down south once more.
See, it's probably even better now that we had Meneas take the horses behind. The combination of the difficult terrain of the mountains and the fact that it's going to be very slippery as the rain pours down. I can't imagine it being good or even safe for them at all.
Oh, that's what I...
No.
Where's Kira?
She went on ahead with Sophia.
It's fine.
Oh,
Everything's
I
fine.
think we lost two of our...
wait, like to do what?
Atreus.
Go.
So,
Wait.
Sophia wanted to acquire some reagents up ahead that wouldn't hinder our journey, so she woke up early and left, and also made sure Meneas was good to go. We didn't think it was safe for her to go on alone. She's a skilled caster, but still, these mountains are not the best, so we had Kira go along with her.
Yeah, she thought if we brought too many, then we would slow her down. She said it would be quick. For her to go. Especially with
Alright, alright. Wait, so like, where she? Did you tell her where to meet us? Like up ahead?
Of course.
Yeah, up ahead.
Oh,
Yes, Sophia's
Trace.
great with making maps. I just had to mark in the mountains and give her very exact directions.
well, that's true.
and
She's
she
good at
was
making
on her
maps.
way.
Keep up, man.
Atreus, conga line. Conga line.
Oh, yeah, I got so caught up in the
In
Right,
roleplay.
Oh, Bartholomew is dead.
Also, I can't move the map for some reason. Right click doesn't work.
I'll take the rear.
They use arrows.
We're like an inchworm.
Oh,
Wait, no, you
paused.
paused.
I
But our conga line!
know! We broke the
Why
line!
can't I move the map?
RD&D, our DM broke our conga line by pausing the game.
You pause the game and then roll initiative.
I'm not sure. As you guys are trying to keep together and move through this mud, rain falling around you, but not seeming to disperse or break the mist, there is this strange foreboding that builds in each of you. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up, and Bartholomew, as you take in another breath, you smell that wet, that earth, that lack of life, and also death.
Sophia? Oh,
why did you abandon us? You all hear this echoing, raspy voice from up north, from back where this strange monument or landmark or whatever, and then you hear another voice. You were supposed to be heroes. You were supposed to save us. Guys, what do you all do? You can't see
Is everything
really
still
anything in the mist.
fine? Important
No.
question. Is everything
Things
fine?
start falling apart.
Things are not still fine.
The rationalization for Sophia and Kira's absence, sure, that's fine, but what the fuck is that noise?
Why people lying? What do you mean? They're talking about like we didn't. What do you mean?
Abandoned who?
How do I turn off the rain?
We didn't
Do I just have to,
abandon
like, deal with that?
you.
I would not answer it. I smell death.
Wait, like
Hi, I'm Thylea.
yeah,
I
but
think
it's
that might be
hot,
what's like
though,
impacting my
so-
ability to use the map, or to right click and drag.
It shouldn't be. It's not on the map layer.
We don't give away our
Oh,
position.
Like
wait.
you can't click on it. I can't even click on it.
What do you mean you smell death, Bartholomew?
It's in the air. I don't. It seems to be coming from where the voice came from.
Wait, like what kind of
That's
death? Like fresh death,
not good.
old death, rotten death?
Rotting.
Regardless, let's proceed with caution.
As Mercury says rotten death, you can see the flash of lightning overhead, seeming to illuminate the area in front of you, still filled with mist. It's almost kind of painful to look at as the entire space up north just seems to flash white brightly, like you've turned on your high beams going down a misty road, and now you can't see anything except the shadows against the mist. Figures standing in it, and you can hear now the shuffle of footsteps, the scrape of metal on stone, as something seems to be moving towards through the mist towards you. Why did you abandon us? Why didn't you help us?
I'm gonna cast some gust out in front of us to try to clear this foggy smoke away.
Calling forth some magic of your own, trying to separate the fog away, and you can see. How do you use your gust? Is it just from your wings?
Wings.
Yeah,
That's why I got wings.
Almost like Moses parting the Red Sea. You can see the mist break out in front of you in a sudden burst, like you've almost kind of broken through it almost all around you before it starts to coalesce once again sort of behind you and towards the sides. As you can see, what can you see? Do you have enough light? From there, it's a little hard to see. You don't seem to have enough light, but the mist seems to be broken up as things seem to be moving towards you through said light. As one of these strange sort of shuffling individuals seems to almost sort of step into view, just barely. You can see the slight glow of this soft white light up north past it, but this wretched looking thing, covered in ragged armor and torn cloth, soaked with what looks like both blood and water, dragging a sword across the stone. Why didn't you help us?
Who are you?
Wait, no, Bart said we're not supposed to talk to him.
You can see this twitch through the arm as the sword seems to lift up quite quickly off the ground. I will have my vengeance.
Oh, God.
They desecrated us. You abandoned us. And you call yourselves heroes.
Mercury, I think he's
I
talking to you.
just joined these guys like every time you go.
I'm gonna look at him. Does he look familiar?
Looking at him, trying to see like a face through the mist, past this torn cloth. It's really hard, but you've never seen anyone that's sort of wearing this sort of ramshot armor before. You've never run into someone like this.
I mean, I don't think it's one of mine, because I think if it was one of mine, I'd be like, "Hey, y'all done betrayed me." Yeah, I don't think that's one of mine.
Are they like human, dwarvish? Like what?
They certainly look about human-sized, and as he steps about there, you can see the sword come up now into the sort of ready stance as he brings his other hand towards it, and you hear from further up north the sounds and mutterings of dark incantations, the scraping of more swords and armor, as it seems like whatever this is, whatever malevolent things are approaching you, intend to kill you.
I think some bad things are coming.
You all.
I think.
To roll some.
So is the illusion falling through?
No, not allowed to.
Everything's still fine, right?
No.
Everything's still fine.
Things are not fine.
This is definitely not fine.
Fine.
There we go.
Things are not fine anymore.
Ooh.
So has the illusion fallen through?
Doesn't seem to really be an illusion, as best as you can tell.
And look at these.
Okay, you know what I mean when I say the illusion.
These initiative rolls. Oh, they started out so good.
You know what I mean. Are we still rationalizing things?
Yeah, you're still rationalizing Sophia and Kyra's absence. These things just shouldn't be here.
We have to get through these things to get to Sophia.
I mean, how many is there?
We're about to find out.
We don't know.
Oh, not gonna get to her and Kyra without killing them all.
Why?
Ooh, that's a lot.
Hopefully we're the first. Hopefully we're the first to have come across them, and Sophia and Kira made it out all right.
There were a few of them. I'm sure they're fine.
And as you can hear the sounds of this panic, the scrape of metal and this raspy breathing, these accusations of failure and abandonment, you realize that you're going to have to fight for your lives. And as you realize this, Sophia, looking around the campsite at your gathered friends deep in their slumber, each of them with this golden ring around their necks that seems to now be pulsing at this almost heartbeat-like rhythm, and Kyra just seems completely knocked the hell out. You're the only one awake, and you're calling on this ritual. What are you trying to do?
Does Kyra also have the golden ring around her neck?
It does not seem like she does.
Yeah, I am. First thing, when there is something before you that is unknown, you must endeavor to know it. So she is casting Identify on Inferior's body. To see what strange thing is affecting her.
You're hard casting it?
Nope, ritualing. Don't have it prepared.
Thanks, fam.
That's 10 minutes, right?
Yep.
All right, bud. All right.
Ouch.
As you're just seeing just like the pulse of the golden ring on her and on Bartholomeo's. You can see it on all of them, and it seems to sort of now be speeding up, but you have no context, just trying to understand what's happening before you. As let's get it started.
Brennan can just sit back and consume Jello.
That he can.
Run an errand or two.
It's a very important part of the ritual.
Yeah, that's
so
the actual ritual.
It has to be done.
I mean, he's all out of Jello.
There's a heavy
consumption of gelatin.
ominousness to what's taking place. There's no sense of epic heroism in these moments. It is just a brutal fight in the rain in what's supposed to be day, but there is no sun. Nyx, you're the top of initiative, and there's only this one strange seeming maybe undead creature in front of you, and it seems to be readying its blade to attack. What do you do?
Start by repositioning myself first off so I can get a better line of sight. Can my dark vision does extend out over. Can I see anything going on over there?
And your dark vision seems to reach about 30 feet out, and after that, your light carries you a bit further. Anything else you can't see, you can't see.
Okay, that's fine. Alright, then I'm going to start by using my action to Toll the Dead, the one that I can see, since it's there. Rolling a... It needs to make a save. Haha.
Indeed.
Right.
This dolorous set of chimes atop your staff, calling on this magic against it. As you see, this thing seems to sort of shake for a moment, and only a moment, as your magic does not seem to take hold, as it rolls a 17.
Hardy one on to you. Alright, and with the bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon and blap him.
Yeah, blap him real good.
Alright, be sure to summon your spiritual weapon when you get a second.
I shall. But there was a template that came out. I didn't mean for that, but it's there.
Okay, that's like a little spiritual weapon that it summons. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, as a 25 will soundly connect as your spear digs into this thing, getting past its armor, what mostly seems to be like leather with a few bronze plates here and there. You can hear the rent of the metal as it gets pierced through, and this magical spear channels this force energy into it, and it seems to just sort of shake and weather the blow, but still take quite a hearty amount of damage.
I can see more further out, but let's deal with this one and then take care of the ones in the back. That's gonna be my turn.
As Mercury, is your gust, is that concentration?
Nope.
Just a single burst of air?
Yep,
Post that actual spell.
instantaneous.
Cantrip.
Instantaneous.
It's the cantrip.
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah. So you got a
It's not
little,
like
got a little extra
Persephone's.
oomph out of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem. As let me pop that out. As Theamos, it comes to you.
Or can I see the other ones? As Thylea is going to take out his new crystal great axe, putting it in both hands as he focuses magic into it, as the little cracks of metal in between each shard start to glow brightly, as I will cast Divine Favor on myself.
All right. Calling on a little holy magic, giving you, it seems, a bit of warmth in this cold, rainy, and dreary place.
if Foundry will let me open the character sheet to press it. But I'll do that later as we go up to him. Try to strike him twice.
Ooh. With a 22 and with a nat 20 crit, both of those soundly connecting as the axe bites in. What's up?
I'm gonna add my favor.
Yeah. For a heckin' ton of damage. An extra 7 radiant. You can see this energy pour into it, and it reverberate through this obvious to you now undead creature as it soars.
Wait, what am I doing? I also smite him. I'm a terrible paladin.
Oh yeah, you gotta smite him.
Let's
see.
do a level 1.
Minus 12.
Get your 68 on him.
An extra.
I think I roll another one because he's a
undead.
Oh, I'm accidentally using spell slots. Goddamn.
Yeah, go ahead and reset that.
Rolls.
Yeah, they were.
Well, still an extra 21 damage.
Yeah.
For a single spell slot.
21 damage.
Your axe connects in for the first one. You can see this thing reel back from the blow, sword sort of knocked aside, leaving himself wide open for the crit to come in, channeling this divine energy in. And how do you want to do this? As that smite will definitely take him out.
Yeah, concern for the rest of my party, Thylea wants to get rid of these creatures as soon as possible. Is it just going to first come down from above and then kick his axe back up into this creature, releasing a blinding light into its I guess its crotch, and then rip through the creature, cutting it in half.
All right. As it crumples down, you can see the bits and pieces of it don't actually seem to hit the earth. It almost seems to float into midair for a moment, and you can hear just this rasp come out of its voice. If only we had your power then. As it just seems to disintegrate into what looks like ashes and float off into the rain, just disappearing.
And that's my turn.
All right. Let's see. From within the mist, as it seems to be thickening back up now, obscuring vision and making basically everything around you lightly obscured, a lot easier to hide away now, just shadows moving between the rain. As you hear, move in. We will have our vengeance. We will cut them down. We've been given a second chance. As from within the mist, you hear heavy footsteps as someone is going to use their little cool ability. Maneuvering allies. As and hear some shuffling of footsteps. And what else are we gonna do? And then following that up, Theamos. You hear just in time the thwang of a bow as 2 shots are coming at you, my friend. Ooh, 19 and 20.
20 will hit.
It connects in soundly for 9 damage before reductions and resistances. As that should be it for you. Mercury.
As I will be 10 feet up in the air, I will fly over here. You said like all of this is obscured, so like I can't actually see what I see here?
No, right now it just seems to be lightly obscured. So like lightly obscured to my memory means that you're just able to hide and like, you know, like out in the open, but you should be able to see there.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. As Mercury just kind of reaches into his pocket and pulls out this harmonica, and he just goes as I cast Fairy Fire, connecting with, I believe, this is 20.
It might give you a template if you cast it.
It does.
Oh, it probably does. Roll. Do not consume. Let me see then. Oh, this. I should be able to cast it right there.
All right. Looks like 4 of them should be in it. I'll make their saves here.
Come on, zombies. Don't have great decks. Don't have great decks. They cheated!
Nat 20, an 18, and nat 1, and a 10. Looks like 2 of them getting affected. 1 captain, 1 normal white. The other captain, other white, not getting affected. Little half and half there. As he is highlighted.
Start generating light.
Yeah. Like 10 feet, right?
Oh, wait a minute.
Become 10-foot radius torches.
Nice. As
Well, it's dim light. It's not bright light.
Oh, what's that?
I think that should be it.
Looks like it. I think that's 5. Well, I don't know. It's weird. It's like 7.5 feet.
Let's try
I
the
guess-
lamp. No, that's
yeah,
way too big.
I think it's set to 5. It looks like.
Bear with me here,
This-
trying to find the right one.
This dude looks like it's set to dim, but it just needs to be set to 10 instead of 5.
Mid dim 10. There you go.
There you go.
And that it for you? Just the fairy fire?
No, I will move here as the harmonica just continues up. As I will use my bonus action to cast my boon!
Yeah! Cautionary tale. All right. Giving your allies some great bonuses. Shouldn't be able to gain advantage on any attack rolls from any hostile creatures within the aura. Let's go ahead and put an aura on yourself as well.
Yeah, I can't create an aura, can I? Yeah, I need to update.
A 15-foot bubble.
Yep.
Remember to utilize the buffs that Mercury provides. As what is happening next? The fairy fire goes away though, right? It doesn't actually stay in place.
Yeah, they just get it.
Yeah. Okay. As from within the mist, now shedding a little bit of light on it now, thanks to the magic of Mercury, you can see this sort of much more like skeletal in appearance, a gaunt sort of stark blue black face with white light sort of coming out of the eyes and mouth, a much more horrifying visage than the others, seems to move forward with a very light step. And you can see it raise its hands towards you, both hands, and in its hands, sort of the spectral blue and white light gathering amongst it as it just pushes forward, and 1, 2, 3 bolts of this strange deathly energy seem to swarm towards you, Theamos and Mercury, with 2 going at Theamos, 1 at you, Mercury. As 3 grave bolts coming at you. So first 2 at Theamos, with a 13 and a 15. I'm sure neither one able to connect. And with 1 coming at you, Mercury. 16?
Nope.
All of you easily able to get out of the way of the strange deathly magic. As now the highlighted captain What are you going to do? Charging forward, it seems. Calling once again for its allies to join it in the advance, longsword in hand, as it is going to move forward. Oh, Jesus.
I fixed it.
Oh my god. Chunky text.
Deal with it.
Dashing forward, getting into melee range with you, Theamos, and calling for its allies to join it as well. As as they seem to advance forward, another one of these strange sort of caster undead moving out of the shadows into view, much closer than the other, as these wretched spirits advance on you. But that is all he can do. And don't. As it is this white's turn. Seeing Theamos, but seeing his captain move up, he's going to try to move around and underneath this strange sort of spectral spear and get to the other side of Theamos. And you can see him move a hand off of his sword, and this strange black ichor seeming to start dripping off of his hand itself as he's trying to, it seems like, smack you on the back, Theamos. And as he does so, you can hear the sort of larger, more well-armored individual, one calling out these strange sort of orders and full of this anger, call out to him, seeing him make this attack. And that just seems to distract you just enough, as he is going to use his reaction, seeing his friend make an attack, and grant him a little advantage. As he is
now God.
What's up?
Does Mercury's cautionary tale work? Because we don't use the defense rolls anymore.
Yeah, it was. I rewrote it when we got rid of it. So during that time, no creature within the aura can make an attack roll with advantage against you or for any creatures within the aura unless they are incapacitated. So he's
no
trying,
advantage.
yeah, he's trying to direct him. I was getting to it. He's trying to direct him, but the cautionary tale of Mercury is keeping you alert to the dangers all around you. And just for a moment, as you think you're opened up, you turn back and you can see this strange ichor-covered hand coming towards you and are able to defend yourself normally. As you have 2 attempts to drain your life coming towards you. Ooh, an 18 for a 22.
Yep, that one hit.
All right, give me a Constitution saving throw. As this hand connects with you, you can see the black ichor quickly spread like someone's just thrown a bucket of paint on your glorious armor, and this blackness seems to just spread across it, and you can feel the strange pull on your very heart, like it's being ripped out of you.
Okay, this one is for concentration, because it's prompting me.
Okay. Hey, nicely done. Hanging on to your divine favor. Ooh, 10, as you can feel that pulse go through you, and a bit of that life seem to be pulled out of you, as your maximum HP is reduced by 7. So be sure to keep track of that as the next slap is coming in. But caught on the sort of the rebound from that first strike, easily able to defend yourself against the 8 from the second. And that is his turn. And Sophia. You can see the flashing of these rings around each of your compatriots' necks speed up and flash faster and faster as their hearts seem to race. And you notice on Theamos, just for a moment, the sort of shudder through his body. As you see, just ever so slightly, the golden ring around his neck seems to have just a small segment of this strange black. And you swear, looking at it, it's almost like you're looking at the night sky.
Interesting. I continue to observe.
I know.
With the idea that I might change my tactic, but see how dangerous this might get against them. But it seems like he's not writhing in pain or anything yet, is he?
Yeah, it looks like he just sort of had like a bit of a spasm. You don't see him like coughing up blood or anything crazy.
Continue my ritual, but trying to keep an eye out for basically the whole group to see if any of them basically starts to fall into seizures.
As quickly bounding past this spear and through this sort of aura and closing the distance with you, Nyx, is one of these undead. You abandoned us most of all, and brings down the longsword towards you. As 2 swipes coming towards you, Nyx, with a 4. Ooh, a 20, dirty 20. Swinging at you with both hands, so that's 7 damage.
What do you mean abandoned? Where did you fall, you tortured souls?
Do you not remember? You stand on our graves, you foolish prophet! As Bartholomaios, it comes to you.
So maybe we shouldn't have set up camp there, y'all.
Seeing the exchange between Nyx and the thing in front of her, I just charge at it, and I'm just gonna push my shoulder into it, just kind of push as far away as I can, try and get it away from her.
All right, give me a good old-fashioned athletics check, my man, as you substitute out one of your attacks for a shove.
Oh no!
Not one, but not an automatic failure. Not an automatic failure, unless you wanna use any of your special stuff. You wanna re-roll it, you certainly can. Otherwise, he's gonna try to Hold
He's
on.
not the answer.
Wait. Oh, but it's not a save. Never mind. Sad.
Oof.
Ooh, getting a 4 for a 15. You're still quite strong. This thing seeming to be focused in on Nyx, caught a little bit unawares, and trying to bring up its strange sort of undead strength, hanging on as it's going to try to not be moved. Yeah, using its strength.
It was.
Ooh, a 10! As it gets bounded in by your shoulder and pushed back 5 feet away from Nyx.
Let's go the full 25.
But you can shove shit that far?
I'm not just shoving it. I'm basically grappling it as I go to it. My bonus action is to grapple, right?
Oh, okay, so you're actually trying to grapple him. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I thought you were just trying. I guess so. You can't shoulder check someone 20 feet.
I mean,
so you're gonna grab him. You're gonna grab him and drag him with you that distance using all of your movement, but your movement speed halved down to 25. Quite quick-footed and sure of step, Bartholomeos. Moving this thing away, it seems to be grabbing and scratching at you, trying to bring up its blade, but flailing, it seems, as you deposit it now 20 feet away.
So that wouldn't have used up any of my attacks, right?
No, since you used your bonus action to grapple. I didn't know you were trying to move with it. I thought you were trying to shove it.
Yeah, so let me just use those attacks.
Yeah, beat its ass.
Bringing up your mighty great axe.
Oh,
unfortunately, in that one, seeming to just wriggle in just the right way to throw off your aim.
I'll try again.
Hey, there we go. As you bring up your great axe and you slam it right into its side, you can see it writhe in pain, but you can feel your axe like connect against something firm, like you've just slammed it into a rock, and it definitely seems to react. But damn it, not as much as you'd hoped.
Alright, that's it for me.
This thing seems to be strangely resilient. As Inferior, it comes to you.
Okay. A little worried about the like life being drained out of Thamos. Why can't I move? Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Just stepping into Mercury's aura a little bit here, and then launching all 3 chakras. Boom, boom, boom. At this dude here. Where'd they go? Boom.
23 will connect. 11 will not. And 21 will. As once again, the same sort of resistance that Bartholomeos felt swinging his axe, your chakrams connecting soundly, but seeming to be just like grazing up against or being sort of rebuffed by this strange undead entity. Like, you just don't have enough power. Something seems to be missing, as it seems to take less damage than you'd hoped, but still taking some. Did you actually cast Hunter's Mark on it too?
I didn't, no.
Okay. So taking...
Just the damage automatically comes up.
Gotta add your D4.
Oh yeah, my D4.
Just once though, I think.
Yeah, it's once per.
Hey, you got the max.
A. Let me check. Yeah, it deals an extra 1d4 damage to the same type, so 2, 4, 6. This thing seems to be chipped down a bit, but still quite able to move and fight.
Weapons, I would suggest.
That it for you?
And I shred my chakrams.
Swapping out for your Copus?
For the Fang of Sharika in one hand, because that
Gotcha.
is my magical weapon.
Gotcha.
And the Copus in the other hand, because that's what I have.
All right. As it comes to another one of these strange... Where are you? There you are. Move up, maggot. Moving up, you can see you holding on to its ally in death, Bartholomew. You can see this strange sort of blue-white skull look at you with a disgusting snap, and with a foul mutterance, words emanating out with carrying magical power of some potency. You can feel this thing seeming to start to lock up your movements as you're trying to hold on to this thing. As I need you to make a wisdom save.
I have one weakness.
Ooh. You can feel yourself starting to be locked up by this strange incantation, this foul undeath magic, threatening to basically remove you from this fight. How do you power through it?
I squeeze my eyes as tight as I can to somehow thinking that not looking at his face is going to help me, and I try and fight back whatever I'm feeling.
All right, nicely done. Managing to shake off that paralytic magic. That's his turn. But now, you can see this one covered in these glowing bits of magic, highlighted by Mercury's spell, and now trying to close the distance with you. Shaking off magic. Can you shake off Blade as well? As you can see with one hand a sword come up in a quick swipe, trying to cut you from hip to shoulder. Ooh, but I don't think a 13 will do it. And then quickly following behind that, a punch wreathed in that strange sort of black magic, trying to drain away your life. As 2 13s are not going to do it, coming up against this meaty wall, 8 feet tall, unable to do a thing about it at all. All right, Atreus.
Oh boy. Atreus will
Bars.
move to here. Why doesn't alt target? Oh, there it goes. As does Dreamform Atreus have his armor? I guess he does.
Yeah, you have all of your equipment, and consumables.
Alright. Atreus, shield, Dreamform Atreus have a shield ready. You will, holding Phoenix Tail, you will wind up and throw her, him, it, and it's a sentient, somewhat. Throw Phoenix Tail at that white.
Ooh. Throwing it at this one?
Yes.
All right, so you do have it.
The one I targeted. The one I targeted. The death one.
I can see your dot now. It's white, so it's hard for me to see there. Okay. Yeah, as you throw it out, unfortunately, a 10 is not going to do it. As you can see, this thing sort of right at its shoulder, it seems to sort of flare up with a strange sort of magical armor, not too different from what you may have seen other casters in your experience call upon and move out of the way just in time.
So again, what's this bubble? That's Mercury's thingamajiggy, right?
Yep.
His cautionary tale, yep.
Alright.
As the Phoenix tail plunges into the ground and then returns to you.
Nice. Yeah, Atreus makes a pulling out motion, as if he was pulling the spear out of the ground, as it turns to him instantly, and then he will target on this one. Ah.
Ooh, striking true with a 16, as you can feel this heat course up through it and burn itself into the back of this white.
Sure, I'll expend the charge, why not? So I get an extra d4 damage, right? How your boon works?
Yeah, because you're in the thingy.
Alright. Boop. So 9 plus 4 plus 3. As the Atreus will burn a charge.
As
Alright.
-9. -4. -3. This thing seems to be quite injured now. I mean, a split attention between you, Theamos, and Atreus seems to find itself a bit out of position.
Oh, wait. And then I think I have 5 more feet, so I will... Can I occupy the same space as a spiritual weapon? That's why I didn't move there.
I believe so. I don't think it takes up any space.
Yeah, no, spiritual weapon only is in like a 5-foot square, but the token we're using is pretty big.
I see. Okay. And the Atreus falls in line with Theamos. So that will be my turn. Ah!
All right. More of these strange sort of magic wielders stepping out of the mist into view as Mercury. Are you flying?
Yep.
Yeah, seeing you a bit up in the air. 3 bolts of this strange sort of deathly magic coming towards you. 3 grave bolts. With a 9, a 12, and a 17.
Sure, why not? As this last one comes in, as just about to hit me, you just see this feather just kind of pop off of the wing and just fly in front of it. It's just gonna explodes. Right in front
Nice
of it
style
as I
points.
use my shield.
Very nice, very nice. And that was a well-timed shield indeed, as seems, where are you? He's the one that's already in play. Haha. Backing up and away from the angry man with a very large axe. Mercury. 3 more bolts coming at you, unaware of these feathers seeming to swarm around and intercept them, still trying to bring you down to earth.
Nope.
With a 12, a 19,
nope.
And a 20.
Nope. As they just
how
all
do these
come
black
out.
bolts get intercepted?
As they just like, the first one just goes super wide as the other one comes in, as another feather just kind of flies out and just connects probably 5 feet out as it just explodes. As this last one comes in, as one almost comes from underneath, kind of whips around and about 10 feet out just hits it and just...
Very nice. Why? Why? You see this thing sort of bringing its arms back down, and when it does, you notice this sort of sickening sort of crunch and crack. And looking at each of these sort of ones that sort of have been casting out magic, their bodies are ruins. They look like they've been like just hit by an 18-wheeler, but somehow managed to stay intact. And each time they conjure up this magic, they seem to sort of snap back into place just long enough before, like a strange sort of marionette doll, become loose and ragged again. Like they've been crushed and smashed, thrown across a field. Whatever happened to them was not pleasant. As we come to the top of initiative, Nyx.
Seeing Bartholomeus starting to get surrounded, now Theamos and Atreus. But I am going to reposition myself by going around this way. God, I hope this is close enough. With my bonus action, I am going to call upon the magic within the mark on my arm, as my ruler will not let me let it go. I'm stuck in ruler. My ruler would like this is it won't let me go. It won't let
Just
go.
switch back to the basic controls. Like so you can just select things.
Okay, I am doing that. It is not releasing. I am going to just try to do this and hope nothing breaks. I'm going to use my Sun's Glow and Night's Suffering to try to aid both Theamos and Bartholomeus, because I do not like the way it looks. And how closely they are getting surrounded.
As you try to call on your boon, Nyx, trying to bring the sun where there is no sun. Give me a Constitution saving throw. You can feel your arm feeling like it is literally on fire as you are racked with pain.
Do I take damage?
Oh, hell yeah, you take damage.
Oh yeah, you die instantly.
Oh shit.
As you take 17 necrotic damage. And there is no sunshine here. There are no night charges. There is no help. You are cold and in the dark and in a lot of pain.
Okay, can you do that for me? I gotta restart my thing because this ruler isn't going away no matter what I'm clicking. I can't right click myself. It's a disaster. But I'm also trying to recover from this horrible pain that I'm now feeling. Okay, if you want to play, we can play. As I am going to use my action to cast out... Oh fuck, where are you? Spirit Guardians.
As night seems to spread out from you once again. Yeah, go ahead and refresh. I'll cast it for you.
Well, I got it cast. I just can't drag out the template due to everything being broken.
Mood.
But as this searing pain goes through her arm, it's probably the first time since Nyx tried using the spoon where she actually has to grab onto her arm and just cringe in pain. I'm just trying to fight through it as I cast the rest of my magic.
Alright, the radius coming out from underneath you. As Sophia, looking for a seizure, you can see now Nyx, the ring around her neck seemed to flash with light, and just a whole section of it turned to this strange black, looks like has stars in it, as she just seems to sort of like clinch up, like off of her back, putting an arch in herself before collapsing back down to the ground, still breathing, but seemingly quite heavily now.
Yeah, if it seems like she recovered before my turn came about, then keep on watching.
All right.
How many rounds is 10 minutes again?
About 60.
100. It's like so long.
It's about 100. It is what? So 10. It'd be 100 rounds.
10 rounds in 1
100.
minute.
Yeah, it's 100 rounds.
That's what I said. I said 100.
Oh, I thought you said like...
Someone else said a billion. I think it was Brendan. Theamos!
Thanks, fam.
You're welcome.
See, I look between the two guys surrounding me. Who looks the toughest? Who looks the most dangerous?
Definitely the one in front of you that seemed to sort of like bark out an order and try to distract you. He looks really tough.
The one on the left?
Yep. This one seems to still be highlighted by the strange magic called on by Mercury.
Yeah, as I'm try to cut him down.
All right. Ooh, bringing up that crystal great axe. The 15, you can see him bring up his sword, a quick burst of motion. As
Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm psychic.
Oh.
As I'm not sure how well this will hit, because I think he's like wearing some pretty good armor, right?
Yeah, you can see on this one, there seems to be some good, like, mixture of bronze and thick leathers. Seems to be quite well armored. You estimate maybe like half plate or something similar?
Yeah, as I see my great axe coming down on it, but I already know with my experience in battle, it's probably not going to hit, as I will force my great axe to move just according to my mind. I will use a side and hand strike to add 8 more to that. So my thing goes down 1.
With a side hand strike, it lets you re-roll the damage.
Oh, that's dumb. I don't like that. Okay.
Okay, first off, yeah, 'cause I fucking love that spiritual guard. Jordan, I don't know what it is, but that spiritual guard is awesome. I love it. I just noticed it. We're gonna have a seizure, but I love it.
Yeah,
We turned into a flower.
As the 15 gets deflected away, you're able to spring it back around for a 23 and slam home with this divine favor coursing through it, along with the energy and the sort of guidance of Mercury and its cautionary tale, as well as I need another D4.
So I'm also smiting.
Ooh, throw in that smite, baby. 4 damage from Mercury, nice.
Huzzah.
Got second on the smite.
Yeah, damn.
Ooh, great deal of damage. As, let's see, 15 and 4 and
38.
Well, it's too late now. Instead of doing it individually. 7, 8, 9. 19 more damage. Ooh! As with a single swing, connecting in through the half plate, you can feel this thing sort of like bend down into the axe, like you sort of snapped bone inside. And you can see just a cough out of blood, this dark, rotten fluid onto the ground. See, you're plenty strong. As,
Are we my turn?
all right. As you can hear a shuffle of footfalls as this captain up north brings up his bow once again. 2 shots now coming at you, Bartholomeos. Ooh, an 8 going wide. And another 8. Both of these shots seemingly just thrown off by the rain. You can see him just toss down the bow onto the ground and reach down and bring out his sword. Enough of this. As Mercury. Oh, wait, give me 1 second.
Oh, 1.
Darn. All right.
Alright, yeah, we're gonna do this. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. Because I have to do I do my action first if I'm quick in casting? Or do the bonus action first?
Yeah, we don't normally, we're not a stickler about it.
As I am going to do quicken a spell. As we go back up to this thing. As if I click on it. Why is it? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna cast a fireball.
Oh shit.
And I should be able to cast it there. Oh, look at that fucking... Oh, Jordan, good job. Look at that. That's pretty.
With an explosion of flame and heat filling up and lighting up this area for just a moment, you can see all of these strange undead creatures wrapped up in flame as they try to not burn, well, not alive, but burn, I guess, back to true death. As they all need to give you some dex saves. Well aimed and well cast, my sorcerer. You like those fucking effects, don't you?
I do, I do.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
it's so
nice.
cool. You failed.
Ooh.
You passed, probably.
Ooh, as
Oh,
one
no.
by one,
Yeah,
only one of them failing, only one
cheaters.
of them succeeding so far. One of the whites getting out of the way just in time.
3 succeeded.
Well, they have to get a 15 or higher, right? So 1, 2, 3, yeah. So only. Okay, so this one, ooh, taking the full. Oh no, not all of them. So him. He got the nat 1. He made it, so he'll get half. He also made it. The captain failed.
29 is not horrible damage.
That's pretty good. The one closest to Bart got the crit, and the one further back. Okay, so unselect him. Okay, so those 4 get the full damage. Boom! As that firebolt goes off, you can see 2 of the sort of caster ones barely hanging on. As their sort of ragdoll-like bodies just seem to get caught up in flames, sort of blown apart. One of them seems to lose an arm, and then it just seems to be pulled back onto it by this strange sort of black magic as it sickly reattaches. As the other ones take half. Ooh, and the one Deathlock White needs to roll a concentration check. Oh, no, he doesn't, because he's not, his whole person failed. Let me take that off of him. Well done.
As with my action, I'm gonna firebolt the guy right next to Theomos.
Mercury is the real MVP.
And let's add
Which one, the captain or the white behind him?
this, that guy.
Okay, cool.
I hope a 20 hits.
A 20 certainly looks like it does. Yes. Seemingly squaring off with Theomos, just slammed in by this crystalline great axe, wreathed in radiant light as your fire connects home. He takes a good amount of damage. 18 damage. Nicely done. Pff, licked up by fire. Ugh. We have nothing more to lose. As this one of these casting whites seems to sort of pull itself together and bring up its hands, moving in closer and closer, trying to, it seems like, stay on the edge of this strange sort of starry field from Nyx. As
Stress.
As Atreus, you've got 3 grave bolts coming towards you.
Oh no.
24, 15, and a crit for Ow-wee.
Oh.
Ah, fuck. Wait, isn't my shield reinforced? Oh, thank you. Fucking Theomos, I love you. It stopped being reinforced because it ate the crit.
Yeah, and what was that, Mel?
Was he getting hit with 3 attacks or 2? Because I wanted to do a thing if he got hit.
Yeah, all the grave bolts are going at Atreus. The 24 and the 25 connecting.
Ow.
Okay, so when the 24...
As I only take 5 and 11.
Well, when the 24 connects, I'm going to invoke my brand new shiny feature, Visions of Danger, where if any of my friends take damage or fail a saving throw, I can move up to my speed in movement, and I can cast a spell that targets and aids my ally.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can bring those spiritual guardians right into the thick.
Yes.
All right. Seeing a vision of danger, seeing Atreus get hit with both of these, what are you going to do?
Nyx is going to immediately run back over to the other side, bringing her spiritual guardians with her. And as Theomos gets hit, I am going to try to... Atreus, my bad, words are hard. Well, fuck, because I know he's going to get, like, crit later. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run all the way over here, and I am actually going to cast Healing Word.
Yeah, because he still takes the damage.
Yeah, but I mean, like, this would be when he gets hit with the 24, and I don't want to do a thing that I know I can do just because I now have the knowledge he gets, like, critted, and I don't want to be cheaty, so I'm just gonna healing word him and fix him up that way.
All right.
Kill you for 9.
Okay, so then you just take 9, 10, 11. You just take a total of 7 damage from that barrage of bolts. As on one hand, you're getting hit with these 2 bolts of death, and on the other, you can feel just a burst of warmth and life from Nyx from behind, trying to seem almost to counteract the damage done to you.
Thank you.
As it comes down to the toughie in front.
So I take 5. So I take 16 minus 9.
Yes.
Thanks, Theomos, buddy. I won't marry you, Bill.
We'll get there.
As once again, Theomos, you can see a fist wrapped in black energy, now from the one in front of you, trying to slam home and suck away your life. Ooh, with another crit.
What is with them and rolling crits?
Bridges of Danger Part 2?
Uses your reaction.
Oh yeah, rip.
As I need a con save. Ooh, nice. This time, feeling the energy spread across you.
That's for concentration.
Ah, okay. Hanging on to your divine favor, and a 26, nice. Even better. Able to shake off this strange attempt at pulling away your life. As he seems to now bring up his sword, trying to stab that home. Ooh, a 22, bringing it in with 2 hands for 10 damage.
I'll also hit.
As that does not recharge. All right. And since he managed to connect... Ooh, thankfully, once again, Mercury's aura paying off, as it seems like he would leave you open even just by attacking.
Actually, I do not have the aura up anymore.
Oh, because you used your bonus
action.
Bonus action.
That's right. All right.
See?
Leaving yourself
See, I
vulnerable.
remember things.
Wow, why can't you cheat? Come on, we're dying here. I mean, I guess some of us are.
I mean, I haven't been hit yet, so.
Oh, okay, understandable.
Yep.
Yeah, never mind. We're not in dire straits yet. We haven't hit. Oh god, we need to pull out every stop. I have to save that for when the actual 300 army comes.
As
Did
from...
Did anyone else's cameras all go black? Because I don't see anyone else's cameras.
Yeah, I left the game to fix it.
Nope. Mine are still good.
Mine are good.
I love because I accidentally was shaking my head no.
Huh.
As from behind, Theomos and Atreus. Longsword swipe coming at you with advantage thanks to the distraction from the captain.
Gone.
Against you, Theomos.
How could this happen?
With a 14. Sure, not connecting. And bringing up his sword now to attack at Atreus. You can hear the captain in front bark out another order, directing as a reaction, granting him advantage against Atreus as well. Ooh, with a
Archer is going in
22.
well.
Stabbing home with his longsword for a whopping 3 damage.
Aha, -1.
Indeed. As that's it for him. Oh, no. He needs to make a wisdom save.
Do it. Die.
Standing within Nyx's starry field. Ooh, getting a 19. Let me get that Spiritual Guardian's damage when you get a chance.
You're gonna have to do it for me. Everything is breaking down on my end.
Classic.
Mood.
Yeah.
I declare shenanigans on that DM roll.
Ooh. Jeez.
What?
Alright, Jordan's never allowed to roll your spiritual guardian's damage ever again.
Oof.
What happened?
3 nat 1s.
So,
Yikes.
3 damage.
Save for half. So one damage as a star plinks him in the back.
Is it radiant damage? That probably doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah, it's radiant. As against you, Bartholomaios, the one you're holding on to, scrabbling and trying to get out of your grip, as he's gonna try to shove you back. Ugh. Getting in that one. And just try to stab you in the gut.
Bartholomeus is just so scary. He couldn't help himself.
And a nat 2 for 6. I don't think either of that's gonna work.
Just holding him at arm's length by his neck, watching him do all these things.
As Bart, it comes to you.
Oh no, I ended the turn by accident.
As Bart, it comes to you.
Thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna try and finish him off here.
Ooh, 25 soundly connects. As once again your axe slams home, you feel like you should just cut this thing in half. You come just short as he's just hanging on.
Get him in the middle.
Ooh, as that will connect. How do you want to do this?
I'm just gonna I'm gonna try and cut off, like I'm holding him by the neck, like I said. So I'm just gonna keep his neck in my hand and cut the rest of his body off. So it just falls to the ground.
Yep. And as you
Like
let. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say then I fling the head off and I turn to my side and use my bonus action to grab hold of the other guy so he doesn't go anywhere.
All right, this one cut down, part falling towards the ground and then being caught again. It almost seems like on strings and then disappearing into ash. The head being flung before freezing in midair and disintegrating. As give me that athletics check for the one to your left. Ooh, a 29. Oh boy. As this one is going to try and just duck out of the way. As I don't think it'll matter though. No. With an 11, grab a hold of him as well.
Hold on.
As he's struggling against your grip, Infuriate comes to you.
Yeah. Having traded chakrams for melee weapons, Infuriate advances up into formation here with her compatriots and lays into this dude. Fang of
Alright.
Rika. Regular Copaz. She doesn't charge it because she thinks that poison wouldn't really have an effect against these dudes anyways. Copaz,
Alright.
and then Fang of Rika just...
As all three of those will
dice.
hit. 6, 4, 6. Math. All right. Just barely hanging on.
You raggedy undead scum. I don't know what your problem is.
You. It seems to turn towards you, seeming to almost break its neck in the process before bringing itself around to
goody.
face you.
Would you look at that? Goody. I could really do without your face.
Moving up here. You can see this one raise up his hands, seeing Atreus holding this burning spear, large shield, imposing figure to be sure. I cannot let you. As his hands seem to crack into place and now just seem to try to lock you in place. As I need a wisdom saving throw from you, my friend.
9. Wisdom. This is why we take resilient wisdom.
Ooh, as that is literally just enough. You need to beat a DC 13.
This is why we take resilient wisdom.
Nicely done. As you feel that restricting magic try to take hold, and it fails.
Denied.
Yes, the white that you're now holding on to, Bartholomew, still highlighted by Mercury's magic. Now just trying to drain away your life, trying to grab a hold of the arm holding onto it, and you can see this black energy wreath around it as it's grabbing a hold and trying to suck away what keeps you moving. With a 20?
That hits.
For 6 necrotic, and then give me that con save. Ooh. Thick boy with a 19.
On my screen, that went from a 1 and then it just barely tipped over to a 13.
As you take 6 damage, and another attempt, 7, not able to get a hold of you, moving him just enough, shake him in place, his hands falling away, moving him around like a little rag doll with all of your strength. As Atreus falls to you, one of these casters just trying to lock you in place. What do you do?
I will try to finish this guy off.
To your south? All right.
No, there's so many targeting markers. Okay, I'm targeting him. Oh god, do I close my character shit?
Hey, you don't have to target things anymore since you're not using the automated functions.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I assume that guy.
Hit. No, it did not.
No, an 11 will not connect. He still seems focused on Impheria. Ooh, but a 27 definitely will. As he seems to sort of be bringing up his sword, trying to slash down at her, as your spear seems to sort of just come through his chest. With just the damage from the spear enough, as he seems to sort of just fall forward and then stop, disintegrating into ash.
Bye-bye.
Alright. Who's on the front line?
Alright.
That's right then.
Nicely done. As once again, these whites seeming focused on what seems to be highlighting their captain and one of their other allies, as Mercury, you got 3 bolts coming up towards you. (19, 12, and a crit.
As the shield will come out, as it's a hit, but the crit will definitely connect.
Yeah, one of the feathers exploding the 19 out of the way as a black bolt comes in just faster than you could have anticipated. Just draining away a bit of your life, but no con save required for that. But I do need one for whatchamacallit. Ooh, 16, able to hang on to your fairy fire. As this one here, whoop, what happened?
I don't know, he just went boop.
As Bartholomaios, you have 3 bolts coming towards you.
We'll dodge him.
With a 20, a 9, and a 12.
A 20 got me.
As 9 necrotic damage, as you can just feel yourself get a bit tired for just a moment before you right yourself once again. We come back around to the top of initiative. Sophia, you can see all of your allies seeming to sort of shake and shudder as things seem to happen to them that you cannot see. A little bit of that darkness spread across their rings, but each of them seeming to hold on, still beating strong, still breathing, no one losing themselves.
How does Kira look?
She seems to be just knocked out, but she seems oddly peaceful. Like, she seems to be laying up against the dome. She isn't, like, slumped or anything. She almost looks like she's meditating.
No. Yeah. Don't have a ton of concern. Just continue my ritual, more interested than anything else to learn what this magic might be, whoever cast it. Although, she has her thesis.
All right, Nyx, it comes to you.
Let's see. Which ones are still glowing from the fairy fire?
Just the one in front of Thylea and the one in front of Bartholomaios. They have the little sparkles icon on them if you zoom way in.
Gotcha, okay. Nyx is going to, with this one crumbling, I am going to move closer. Yes, closer over here, bringing my spiritual guardians with me. He doesn't seem to be looking too good, is he? Okay. With my bonus action, my spiritual weapon's going to whip around and strike this grievously bloodied abomination. Does 21 hit?
Yeah.
21 hits for the grievously bloodied one up top for exactly 8 damage, as that is exactly what you needed. How do you want to do this?
As Nyx is running forth, her pool of stars moving beneath her, she just points over to this last ruinous creature standing, and she just calls out to her spear, Astray, as it whips around and strikes through the center of this floating, inky mass of magic holding it together, almost hitting something at its core as it crumbles down onto the ground in a pile of itself.
As right as it's about to crumple, it seems to catch in midair and disintegrate into ash.
And I am going to look across at this other being over there, and I am going to cast Toll the Dead. Ooh, good rolls.
Ooh, do or die 2.0. Now.
You're going to try to kill what is already dead.
Yes. Vicious.
I am going to try to lay you into a proper rest.
You should have helped us!
Oh, man. With what?
You can see
What's
magic
your
conjuring up
problem?
around its arms.
Help you with what? That's gonna be my turn.
Yes, Theamos, it comes to you.
Was the one that was yelling at Nick's, the guy in front of me?
Nah, this
Yeah,
one.
this one.
Oh, okay, guys. Seeing as this guy seems to be near dead, Thylea is just going to take a quick swipe at its neck to try and remove its head from its body. That's the only way he can kill zombies.
Yeah. Ooh, 12. Deflected away with his long sword once again.
As I use that same momentum to just spin her around and try again.
Ooh, bringing it around. You can see just barely able to lean back as it cuts just short. He seems to bring up his sword, ready to stab it into you.
As that's my turn.
All right. As he is up, and sword comes stabbing in. Ooh, 19.
That'll miss.
All right, and bringing it back around, trying to slash at you from shoulder to hip. Ooh, 8, definitely not going to do it. As
Issues.
A regroup. We'll take one of them to as utilize his maneuver allies, directing the captain. As the 4 of them seem to form up a line behind him, forming up this front against your own. And that's it for him. Mercury.
Well, I mean, I suppose I probably should do this then there again. As
Oh fuck.
Yep.
When the DM realizes what he's done.
Yep. As let's pull this guy out. Where's my template? Oh no, it took it off the sheet. Put you back on the sheet, then I'll click you. Give me that template. As yeah, he does.
Oh yeah.
Another explosion of flame and fire, wrapping up all of the remaining whites, it seems. Even the one held on by Bartholomaios and just barely hanging on in front of Theamos. It seems like the captain has made a tactical error.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Thanos kind of waves his hand in front of his face. God, Mercury, you make me hot, but not like this.
Well, yeah, no.
Just no.
It seems like only the captain and one of the casters managing to make the save. The one calling out at Nick, seeming powered by its fervor now, being the one that made it out of the caster group. As these guys are going to take the full damage. The captain in front of Theamos failing. And
He dies. Grievously.
he should. And the other white failing as well with a 12. As those 4 fail, taking the full damage. Ooh. As the one held on to by Bartholomaios is wrapped up in flames, Bart, you almost have to shield yourself away from the heat as this thing seems to sort of just be twitching in your hand, just barely alive. The other one seeming to be sort of puppeted, collapse and disappear into ash as 3 of them go down, including the captain in front of Theamos.
Nice.
As with my action.
Give me a second to finish putting the skulls on.
Yeah.
You're also dead. All right, and then let me do the half damage for that guy and the other dude that made it. Ooh, as they are just barely hanging on.
Yes, I'm gonna shoot that one with my firebolt. I'm assuming 26 is gonna
26 will soundly connect. As for 15 damage, how do you want to take out the other captain?
As the fireball just kind of explodes, as this fire just whips around, as it just kind of seems to just culminate, as the flames just whip up high, as the ash of some of these creatures begin to fall, as this fire just kind of goes way up into the sky, and then it just kind of curves as my wing just kind of flicks, catching a breeze. As it fires back down, it's just this pillar of flame just nails this creature to the ground, utterly burning it to ash. Well, sorry, I guess. But we didn't do nothing.
That's the problem with entering,
We
is didn't
know.
do anything.
We know you didn't. As Bartholomeos, whoop, my bad. It comes to you. This one's still just barely hanging on. You can feel like the life about to leave it.
Swing at my axe one more time.
Ooh. As 14 is exactly what you needed, as that will connect.
Same deal as the last one. This time I just fling the head over my shoulders as I walk towards the group.
It catches and disappears.
Oh wait, there's still something alive? Is that thing alive?
Yeah, there's one. This
Yeah.
one.
Oh. Well shoot. You know what I'm gonna do?
Do it.
When I held his head in my hands, I just flung it at this thing full force with my thunder wave active.
All right, you're gonna have to explain what it is you're doing here.
I'm using an improvised weapon,
Yep.
which is my that thing's head. Hopefully it has a helmet. And I'm gonna try and hit that guy in the chest with I forgot what it's called. Is it called the
Your mighty marksman thing.
Yeah, I remember the name of it though.
Yeah, with
don't
Mighty
have-
Marksman, yeah, it's not on your character sheet. You gotta be sure to add that. But you get Thunderous Shot, so when you make a range attack, you can choose to add the effect of Thunder Wave to the projectile, send it on the location that projectile hits, DC being 8 plus your proficiency plus your strength, once per short or long rest. So, do you have a ranged attack on there? I think you're...
Everything with a hand axe.
I think your boon should give you proficiency with all improvised weapons. So, just go ahead and just roll me like a hand axe attack. That'll work. Ooh, 12. As the head seems to miss, but just slams home into the ground with such force that there is just this cacophonous boom right in this thing's space, as just a burst of thunderous energy seems to ripple out through the ground and into the air itself, almost as if Bart just threw lightning at this thing. As he needs to make a... What is Thunderwave? Con save?
Yes.
Against 3 plus 5 plus 8, so 16. Let's see. Ooh, as he fails with a 14, as the thunderous energy ripples up into the air and sends him flying back 10 feet, as he takes, what is it, 3d8 damage?
I don't know where you get those numbers from.
Just from my
Thunder wave.
memory, 2d8 thunder damage. All right, unless you want me to roll 2 nat 1s for you, Kishi. Roll 2d8.
All right.
as he had exactly 9 HP left. How do you want to take him out with your improvised helmet thunder wave attack?
Like I said, I just aim for his chest, and hopefully, whatever's left of him smashes up against that rock behind him.
Just scattered bones and puppeted bits seeming to burst apart and smack into the rock and turn to ash.
All right.
As it seems like the last of them have fallen.
But that was traumatizing.
Alright. I suppose we have to go find Sophia and...
I want to know what they were talking about.
They seem to come from that hill.
Nyx is going to start making her way over to the shrine.
What if they're in danger?
Nix, please. It's dark.
Well, hell, I'll just go and light a torch.
Follow my lantern if you can't see.
Alright, lighting up a torch. I got you, buddy.
Oh, this is a stone circle. I don't really want to be inside of it.
I'm gonna put a hand on Nix's shoulder as she runs away from me.
What do you think they mean we didn't do nothing?
I don't know.
How did we abandon them?
This isn't a normal place.
My hand glows as I'm going to give Nix 15 HP, lay a hand to the other 15 to myself.
Alright.
Thank you, Theamos. The Nyx reaches up and pats your hand that's on her shoulder. Is there anything out of place with these stones from what I remember?
Not a thing.
Okay.
I guess casting Detect Magic would be a little bit redundant because it's literally a druidic stone circle.
Definitely seems like it would be.
I'm going to cast Detect Evil and Good.
Oh.
Alright, go ahead and post the spell card for me. Yeah, looking around,
Go on.
there's no symbol or feeling of undeath now, it seems. Not within 30 feet of you. But looking around this circle, it definitely seems desecrated.
This area has been desecrated. I don't know.
And you know that this area should be under the supervision of Renee.
If Renee watches over this place, it should be fine. Unless it's not fine.
That is concerning. Storm reached us faster than I was expecting. I don't like fighting in the rain.
Wait, why?
Because it is more difficult to see, because the wind throws off my chakram, because the mud is slippery, because it's more difficult, Mercury. In every way.
I mean, I didn't think it was that tricky. The nice thing is you don't accidentally burn something if you're not supposed to.
Yes, there's that.
Thanos' eyes are going to glow bright as I will use my divine sense again to see if I can find the source of the desecration, unless it's like everywhere.
Looking around, it seems like you're in like almost like a bubble of it, but then you see what looks like a thin line of this strange sort of black with stars all around you. You blink and blink and you realize you're standing on what looks like that same sort of ichor, except that ichor seems to lead away from this place.
It might have a trail-ish.
Oh.
You see something.
It's similar to your magic. It's similar to the thing that we saw at the forge. There's a trail.
What do you like the Cerberus?
No, not the Cerberus. The strange ichor. The one that Sophia collected. It was
The
like
thing that looked like the night sky?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where slowly walk the trail.
It seems to
Mostly
lead
because I
you.
can't see after a while.
Yeah, seems to lead you out of the stone circle back to the trail and seem to continue down the road, down now east.
Nix is gonna walk with him.
Sophia, time seems to be passing for you where you are back at camp, seeing all of your comrades now, their rings seeming to almost kind of fill back up with light in some cases. The pulsing slowing, their breathing slowing. All of them seem to be calming down as best you can tell, as for the interest of your ritual, it seems to be sort of coming to a close. Calling on this identifying magic, trying to peer into whatever this effect around, I believe you said Inferia's neck is.
Yeah.
Post the ritual for me.
Oh, my character sheet. Where are you?
As the rest of you in this rainy world push on through the mist, following this strange trail that Themos you saw, and it just seems to be leading you, Nyx, as best you can tell, where it is you're supposed to go. Past shrine after shrine, each one, it seems, broken, snapped, a carved and what was once a beautiful depiction of a spear broken in two. The beautiful visage of a cat mid-jump shattered, only the head telling you what it is you're looking at. Rotted and disgusting food and offerings left at their bases, each of them seemingly abandoned. As Sophia
Yeah, as it seems like these collars, I don't remember them ever actually putting on strange collars or anything. I'm assuming it's a product of the spell that's binding them. Some kind of a illusion or just something formed by it. I'm casting Identify on the body and not the actual necklace.
But you would remember the collars.
Do I?
You do.
Somebody give us collars?
Weren't they from the Oath of Fellowship?
Look at fucking Nikki.
Mm.
I'm
10
good,
out of
y'all.
10. Training
I'm
point to
so
you,
good.
Nikki.
Thanks.
They
man.
are indeed the symbols of the Oath of Fellowship. Something you distinctly are not a part of.
Oh, we're gonna get so much shit for this from Sophia now.
Why would we get shit? She's the one who's not a part of it. She doesn't get any of this XP. Oh yeah, we're all level 7. You're still level 6, you scrub.
Yeah, trying to pull from any of the magical effects on them, you get a immense sense of both illusion and enchantment magic. This spell, whatever this magic is not something you know. It seems to be extremely powerful. Something that is something of myth. There's only 2 groups you could possibly attribute this to, and one of them is sleeping next to you. This has to be her.
Yep.
As
I take my gun out, I put it to her head.
her, of course, being Lutheria, as you ascend the hills and mountains, making your way past these shrines. It seems like in record time, but you're not really running. You're trying to stay with each other, not lose each other in the mist. Though a few of you are getting much more tired than you should be. Like you're having trouble focusing, and you blink your eyes and everything seems blurry before it refocuses again. Everyone except for Nyx. Everything seems to be crystal clear for you. As coming now to a familiar sight, Nyx, a clearing, a rise of earth covered in grass, and a distinct cabin just barely in view. You see mist and fog hanging all around you. Give me 1 second.
Did I learn the function of the spell?
You see these distinctive stairs carved of stone, and it is with a heavy heart you start to descend, your lantern trying to break through this heavy fog, and it seems to slowly but surely part with each step you take. As let everyone else spawn in.
No.
I don't know if they can spawn in.
Nyx, is this nice?
Looking around, you know you're in the right place.
Nyx is just staring at the cabin and almost feeling her heart drumming in her ears. Something's terribly wrong.
I've totally lost control of my token. Move.
Here,
Oh,
Oh,
pause.
the game is paused.
Yeah, to let everyone else spawn in.
That's fine. I'm not stupid.
There we go. And as you approach with each step, Nyx, through the mist, you can see the soft floating lights in the air. Not bugs, not fireflies, but almost like you're walking through a field of stars. Your arm gets warmer and warmer with each step. The hairs along them and on your neck stand up, and your heart begins to race.
I start sprinting towards the cabin.
Sprinting forward, as you cross distance, you can feel with each step that pain shooting up your arm, going up higher and higher, like something is burning you just for trying to get close. And you can hear from within just the sounds of sobbing.
Renee! As I'm going to try to open the door. Is it locked? Can I swing it open?
The door being on the other side.
I knew that.
No,
You moved the map. You moved the map as I moved the token.
Wait, come back.
Stop it. I didn't do that time. I think my ruler thing froze again. Put me at the door.
You can see the door, the wood for it, seeming to be shattered and scattered onto the ground. And as you try to move up to the doorway, you walk into a wall.
No.
Seemingly
sobbing?
clear, you do. All of your allies coming up behind you, racing, it seems to keep up with you, not lose you in the mist. But as you close in on the cabin, their footfalls seem to fall away from your ear. One by one, they step and they're gone. Inferior, first to fall closest to you, closest friend maybe. Gone. Mercury, Theamos, Bartholomeos, each of them gone.
Except mine were wings instead of.
As I slit their throats one by one.
Yes! It was the plan all along! Yes!
Not like this.
Love it.
Trying to enter into the cabin, you find your hand slamming against an ethereal force. Like a pane of flexible glass separating you from getting to her. And as you look inside and see the bloody ruin of the cabin, there is a horrible drone on the air. Looking into the cabin, it is like the entire world around you is vibrating, reaching into your core. Your mark upon your arm burns like nothing you've ever felt before, like there's a red hot iron stuck into it. And you hear frantic whispers and calls of pain and agony all around you that you cannot understand. Dozens upon dozens of voices in an ill wind. Souls just out of sight, but so close, it's like you can feel their breath on your skin. Is that you, little light? And see Renee look towards the door, her eyes solid, glassy, black, with flecks of light.
You wretched hag! What have you done to her?
When will we be whole again, little star? Renee, on her knees, is extremely pale, like marble, covered in, you see it now, lynx blood, moving erratically, almost like a doll, something fragile, long, matted, blonde or white hair covers her face. The richness of that chestnut gone. But it isn't just the color of her skin or hair that's changed. Long, spindly cracks reach up the length of her arm, one on her face. It truly looks like she's made of stone now, but she still moves. A wicked blade carves at her trusted pet, and the fur and the lynx are quickly separated. Why did you leave? There must always be two. But now there is one. I know this because she has told me. She has told me what you are, little star. What you are fated to be. You see black tears streaming down her face as she looks at you, staining this pink marble that seems to be her skin.
Renee, no, it's me. Don't listen to anything Lutheria is saying. You know they're all lies.
I have to go, little light. But it's okay. I'll always be with you. I'll always watch over you, Nyx. Death will always follow you. Renee seems to sort of stand up, dagger in hand, a golden hooked blade, a sickle. She looks broken. Her left leg twisted perpendicular to her body, her right femur and shin both protruding from the skin at awful angles. You realize she's naked and you wish she wasn't. Her stomach is gone. Just the remnants of muscle and viscera, rotten blood spilling from her with each step. And she shuffles around the cabin into sick mimicry of life, cleaning up as though she's going to leave. Black lungs inflate around a slow, beating, bare heart. And you see her write on a bit of scrap and set it on the bedside. And then she looks back at you and starts to sing. A soft song, one you taught her, the same your mothers would sing to you beneath the black curtains around your island. When Renee would sing it, it was to bring your tear-streaked face solace after the nightmares, the visions of the black sun low in the sky, the wailing of parents crying for their children. It even seems to calm the spirits just out of view that seem attached to you. And now she sings it full of sadness, loneliness, and regret.
His hand is on this.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. When the blazing sun is gone, when the nothing shines upon, then you show your little light. Twinkle, twinkle all the night. Then the traveler in the dark thanks you for your little spark. He could not see which way to go if you did not twinkle so.
As she sings, you're bombarded with every memory of your time together, and you know that time has slipped away forever.
When the blazing sun is gone, when the nothing shines upon, though I know not what you are, twinkle,
facing her Nyx with a defeated look on her face, slowly falls to her knees with a hand on the force field blocking the door. She just watches her, and tears stream down her cheeks. Not knowing what it is she's supposed to do. If there's even anything she can do.
You feel that hopelessness creep in on you from all around, the darkness seeming to cut off vision of anything else but this room. And as she finishes her song, Renee looks at the doorway where you sit, a sad smile on her marble face, and she hooks that sickle under her ribs into her heart. Black fluid glittering with light splashes onto the floor as she falls to her knees with it. That same starry ichor spreading all across the floor. And the wall vanishes.
As Nyx almost falls forward, just in a frantic panic. She's just going to crawl over to Renee and hold her lifeless body close, just wailing and sobbing in irreparable grief. And I remember she wrote something, the note, as I try to grab the note off of the bedstand.
As you move away from Renee, trying to grab onto the note, you can see the black starry ichor spreading all the way across the floor, seeming to move with a life of its own, crawling up the walls, crawling up the bedstand, onto your hand, over the note, over your arm, as it seems to be swallowing up everything around you. Darkness, filled with stars. And in these final moments, you don't hear laughter or giggles. Nothing taunts you. But you know in your heart she is watching you. It has been years, Nyx. Years upon years of bad luck, misfortune, and poor circumstance. For a long while, it almost felt like you were simply unlucky. You'd almost forgotten the pain and anguish of your first years. But now you have been given a grim, horrific reminder. You are doomed. As that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Good shoot.
Yay! Yo.
I want to thank you all for staying with us, for riding through what I am sure is a very, very, very dark chapter in Nyx's life. But I hope you will join us to see what waits in store the next day. This has been Heroes of Thylea. There's always more D&D to be had on Lionhead Gaming, but we're going to leave those reminders for another stream. I want to thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope to see you again next Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern. And as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Toodles. Watch Red.